game. We have some really great cameras for this tournament. I'm excited. I think it's a great way to end what has been a tremendously exciting tour, and to be able to watch the players from so close up. It's also Hikaru's birthday today, so the tournament starts on his birthday. We probably have only a minute or so until the game starts, so maybe a couple of very quick words about the format. There's so much to get out of the way, but let's keep it simple. There are 8 players. They will play a round robin for the first 4 days, and they will be playing 2 matches a day. So today, Hikaru, we're just waiting for him to arrive. He will be playing Wesley So first, and next up, Maxime Vachilagraf. Alex, what do you expect from those 2 matches?
Yeah, I mean, I think every player here is, well, as we say, they're monsters, every single one of them. So I think anything at all can happen. I mean, Wesley So in particular seems to have this reputation as incredibly tough to beat. But then again, so does Hikaru, right? So these two players know each other extremely well. And yeah, in a short match, anything can happen. A little bit more pressure on Hikaru, perhaps, with starting things off with the white pieces. There is always that pressure when you're facing someone like Wesley, very solid player. If it's a draw, then game 2, you have the black pieces and a tough task ahead.
Absolutely. You mentioned short matches, and right on cue, someone in chat, and hello chat, was asking how many games, that's Yen, was asking how many games do they play. So in the round robin portion, they only played 2 games. So as you said, I think that the white pieces are extra valuable. Only 2 games. If they are tied after 2 games, we go to Armageddon immediately. So it's going to be quite intense later on. So what's at stake in the round robin event? What we are hoping for is that Hikaru is going to finish top 2 of the round robin. So what happens is after the first 7 rounds, the top 2 will go straight through to the semifinals. The bottom 2 will be eliminated. They'll be going home. And the middle 4 players will be battling out in what is called the survival stage to join the top 2 seeds, the top 2 finishers in the semis. So ideally, we want to see Hikaru finish in the top 2, go straight to the semis. So that's what at stake. And we see Hikaru arrive there. We see a handshake. I think they have very strict anti-cheating rules in place in Toronto, where this tournament is being held, so that they even staggered the arrival of the players so that they have enough time to check everyone thoroughly. I was wondering, is that a phone that's lying next to Wesley? What is that?
Yeah,
Would
that
be
looked like
quite
a phone
funny.
that's saved by the board, right?
Yeah, I don't know what. It must be his glasses case, probably. I guess.
Uh-huh.
We'll see. Probably not a phone. I mean, imagine checking the guy for 2 minutes and not realizing he has a phone on himself. So we see the players are ready. It's 3 minutes past the hour. They were scheduled to start at noon Eastern time. I think that's the local time in Toronto. So should be starting any moment now. What do you think Hikaru is going to open with? What do you think his first move will be?
You know, it's funny you should ask this, because only earlier I watched a video about, I don't know if you caught either of them, but Magnus on Hikaru and Hikaru on Magnus on YouTube. They're interviews by Danny Wrench asking each one trivia questions about the other. And it's quite interesting just how much they know about each other. And one of the questions was, what does to Magnus, what's Hikaru's favorite opening on chess.com? And Magnus replied that it's actually really, really hard, because he plays e4, he plays knight f3, he plays b3, he plays g3, he plays so many things, but e4 is his most popular choice. So I mean, if I were a betting man, I think it could well be e4. What do you think,
Interesting.
Fiona?
Yeah, I really don't know. I mean, I've commentated on so many of Hikaru's games. I'd see somebody in the chat, Scavara was calling for b3, easy opening. Funnily enough, Hikaru actually last night, and I was really appreciative of that, showed up to play one game on a sub battle that was organized for the charity for the Women in Chess Foundation. And Hikaru played one game with the Black Pieces against MVL. Funnily enough, the two will meet later today, and MVL actually opened that game with one B3. I don't think we'll see a repeat of that today from MVL. I don't think Hikaru will go for B3. The thing
No,
is, E4, I think Wesley will play E5. He's so solid. I don't know. It's tough to say. I'll say knight F3.
yeah, I mean, the thing is, against Wesley, you're going up against a brick wall. I'm pretty sure though that Wesley released a course or wrote a book or something on 1B3 himself. Maybe the chat can confirm if that's the case. So I don't think that Hikaru is going to go down that path against Wesley. There's too much at stake, and both players love to play 1B3. But they understand it's not as good for winning chances as something like E4. But I might be swallowing my words in just a matter of a few minutes.
We'll see. What I like at the top is that Hikaru already has his solid 0.65 advantage before the game has even begun. So that's good stuff. There was a question by Sultan. Is there a delay? As far as I know, there's a 1 minute, confirmed by Creamsicles, a 1 minute delay. I think what's happening is that, day one, I don't think I've ever seen any tournament start on time on the first day, but I'm expecting the games to start any minute. I actually, you talked earlier about birthday advantage plus 0.65 exactly as Kitchen. Hikaru talked about this in a two-match format. Which color does he prefer playing first? But I'm saved by the gong. I couldn't remember what he preferred. And Hikaru opens with one d4, so we were both wrong. And now the court is back in Wesley's camp. We'll see which. Oh, the Trompovsky, Alex. That's a surprise, no?
Yeah, this is a surprise for me. I think the Trompovsky is always associated with that. That first game of the Carlsen Kramnik World Championship match where he played it, and when asked afterwards, I think he said something. I think it was being held in Trump Towers or something like this, and so he said that
Wait,
that's
which
the
match?
reason.
What were you saying?
Was it not? Sorry, not Carlsen Kramnik, Carlsen Karyakin.
Yeah.
And the
I think
first.
it was just because it wasn't in the Trump Towers, but Trump had just been elected a couple of
Was
weeks
that it?
earlier or something. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's considered a bit of a surprise weapon. But I think it's a fighting weapon. So I think Hikaru's come to try to win this game if possible, at least generate some winning chances.
Sorry,
And
Alex, I'm
yeah.
just going to interrupt you 1 second because I'm sure the chat will find this very interesting. Is Hikaru wearing pineapple socks? I think
I
so,
believe
right?
so. Yeah, I believe so.
Okay, sorry to interrupt you, but pineapples are very important. And what were you saying, Alex?
No, well, just as far as the game is going, Hikaru's made a really big decision. He's captured the knight on f6, and now you have this imbalance where, on the one hand, Hikaru has the better pawn structure. You see those doubled pawns for black on the f file, but on the other hand, Black has the bishop pair. These two pieces that can be really monsters if the position opens up long term. So really an imbalanced game right off the bat, a fighting game.
A fighting game, also an interesting psychological game with Hikaru actually getting up from his chair after knight f3. I didn't think that with such a short time control, 15 plus 3, we'd see much walking around, but it almost feels like, asserting psychological dominance. And not just that, not only is he walking around, the jacket comes off now as well, which always means business. So yeah, I'm completely agree with you with this opening choice. It is clear that Hikaru is here to play for a win in game one with the white pieces. We see Wesley react with knight d7, bringing developing the knight, but also bringing another attacker on the pawn on c5. Does that mean he wants to take on c5 with the knight?
Yeah, I think that is Wesley's intention. And the big question that it asks for Hikaru is, are you going to try to keep that pawn? Are you going to play the move pawn to b4? Because Wesley could have captured the pawn immediately with his bishop and taken this possibility away. Now, Hikaru chooses not to go for that line. Instead, he plays a very, very reasonable move. He goes c4 and he challenges the central pawn.
Yeah, Hikaru is playing quickly so far. I would be surprised if he wasn't still in his preparation, although I'm not familiar with where the last couple of moves how that Wesley played. For the first time, we see him thinking now after d takes c4. I thought that bishop takes c4, the recapture was going to be pretty automatic, but the fact that Hikaru has paused makes me wonder if there might be some sufficient souks here, an in-between move, and I think that's exactly... Whoa, I thought I saw c6 appear for a second, but it disappeared again. And
Yeah,
Hikaru has recaptured on c4.
but I think that the move that you were speaking of was really interesting, and I'd say that's exactly why Hikaru paused to think. You know, should I throw in the move c6 or not? And in the end, he decided against it.
And now a big decision for Hikaru. The two queens are currently looking at each other on the d file. So a question is for the big question for white here is, does Hikaru want to trade queens or does he want to keep the queens on the board? I feel that he wants to keep the queen on the board. The fact that that Wesley recaptured on f6 with the pawn means that Wesley's king for now is the one that is a bit more open. And yeah.
I mean, I agree that for fighting chances, he probably wants to keep the queens on the board, but there is a slight concern. Let's say that white castles Hikaru, and somehow the queens stay on the board, and black maybe manages to get this kind of a setup, right? Where you've got your bishop pointing and then steps the rook over. Maybe Hikaru is thinking, you know, without the queens on the board, attacks aren't anywhere near as dangerous. Long term, do I want to keep the queens on the board? So again, perhaps this is why Hikaru is taking his time here.
I see in the chat Blakey is saying, why is Wesley laughing? I actually missed it, but he does look amused by something. I'm not sure what is so funny. Hikaru, meanwhile, looks super serious and super, super focused. So you're saying if you are happy with the trade of queens, would you then castle? I guess you wouldn't just take on the 8. Or do you think there's any benefit to getting the black king to move to the 8?
No, I don't think there's a major benefit, because I think what's probably, let's say the queens did come off the board and black captured. I think probably what Wesley would do is he'd put the king in the center of the board and maybe try to step the bishop out to g7 and sooner or later play the move f5. I'll take off those arrows because it's a lot of arrows, but basically the king would go here, the bishop on g7, and maybe advance this pawn. So I think that if the queens come off the board, Wesley's not going to mind that his king is on d8 versus e8.
Okay, so maybe we'll see him castle, maybe move the queen. So now let's just explain to the chat. Someone was saying, I don't understand the health bar at the top. So the bar at the top is the bar that you are usually used to seeing next to the board, the evaluation bar, where we see it go up and down. Here it's the same bar. Basically, the more it goes to the right side, so the bigger the plus, the bigger the advantage for white. So what we don't want to do is we don't want to see the bar move too far to the left, if that makes sense. A joke missed, did I miss? I miss all the jokes anyway, so could well be, but I'm very happy actually. For those players and those people in the chat who know me, I'm always happy to keep queens on the board, so very happy to see Queen c2, and I feel like this is going to be a very sharp game, Alex, because I mentioned the black king is maybe a bit more open, but as you mentioned, the white king doesn't exactly have a safe place to hide either, because if it casts its king side, it will step onto this semi-open G file. How do you
Yeah,
think Black is going to continue here? What development plans will he go for?
yeah. I mean, that's a really an excellent question because I mentioned as one of the problems of keeping the queens on the board might be something like that bishop setting itself up on c6 and then the rook on g8. But how realistic is that, right? Because Hikaru with his last move is eyeing up this pawn on h7 and also x-raying this knight on c5. So the move is kind of it looks really quiet, but it's got a lot of poison to it. So if black, let's say, tries to go rook g8, for example, well, maybe white will castle into that attack because next thing you know, that pawn on h7 is in trouble. And so might get very awkward for black to launch an attack and at the same time keep their king safe. There are checks such as bishop to b5 at any moment. So maybe Wesley, a solid player, he might try to just shut down this diagonal, with bishop to d7, just shut down this diagonal, no checks. That sets up some nice possibilities like rook c8. And he might actually just develop the bishop and castle short and forget about attacking along the g file.
Interesting. I'm not surprised that Wesley is taking some time here. I feel like this is quite a big decision as to how is he going to set himself up for the rest of the game here. I'm sorry, I'm still distracted. Like, I'm curious what chat thinks. Do the players actually both have their phones next to the board? Like, what are these things? Are they like, surely they are not their phones. Like, I refuse to believe. Are they microphones? What is going on with that? I'm
Yeah.
very, very perplexed. They can't be phones. I mean, that makes no sense at all. Like in some, maybe like in the Luxembourgish league, third division, maybe it's fine to leave your phone next to the board, but this is the Champions Chess Tour finals. I mean,
I'll, I'll have you know, Fiona, that in Irish chess tournaments, right up to the highest level, they love to leave their phone there, and I've left my phone on the table many a time.
I still, even though Jaron zoomed in for us, I'm still not too sure. They both have the same device, I think, lying next to them. So I think we can conclude. I can let it rest. We'll ask Hikaru later on. Maybe we'll get confirmation. I don't think they're phones, but I'm curious as to what
uh,
they are. Meanwhile, Wesley did play Bishop G7, and Hikaru is giving a check.
yeah, and this is actually a really interesting moment because um, the knight is under fire here by the queen. And black has a choice of blocking with the bishop or with the knight. Now, Wesley has just blocked with the bishop, and at first glance, that seems as though the knight on c5 is simply lost. But in fact, you can see that Hikaru does not take it because there are problems. There were problems along the c file here with rook
Maybe we
c8, rook
can very
c1.
quickly bring up the analysis board just to show why the knight wasn't hanging. So
Sure.
okay, so we can very quickly now show if we go back what would have happened if
Yeah.
queen takes c5.
Queen takes c5. There was rook to c8. And now, whether you play bishop takes d7 first or not, the problem is the queen cannot step away from the attack of the rook without losing control of the c1 square. So let's say that the white queen stepped away. Now rook c1 check, king to e2, and rook takes h1. Black is up in exchange, and there's even worse to come here with a checkmate being threatened.
Absolutely. So, of course, Hikaru spotted that. Instead, he took on d7 immediately, which I was going to say gives Wesley the chance to recapture with the knight, but no, he takes with the queen for the same reason. After queen takes d7, yes, the knight was unprotected, but Hikaru couldn't take for the same reason that rook c8 would have come. So Hikaru gets the king into safety. I say safety, everything is relative for now. And I think we're back with the live board. So, and rook c8, anyway, looking down now at the white king, at the white queen, sorry. And Hikaru going for a counterattack. Rook d1, and where will the black queen go, I wonder?
Yeah, I think that Hikaru may have. I mean, I think we have to give him credit for having seen bishop to d7 and everything. He played it very quickly, so I don't think that caught him off guard. I think he expected that response from that reply from Wesley, but his idea was to get rid of those light squared bishops. Maybe that made him feel a lot safer to be castled kingside, because without that light squared bishop, there is no big attack along the open file. So maybe there was a little bit of that going on. But I think Wesley has to be happy too, because he's been trading pieces right from the get-go. And I think his plan is to make a draw. If he can make a draw without too much work, he'll definitely be happy with that. At least that's the feeling I get. What do you think, Fiona?
Yeah, I think in general, unless the opening goes extremely well for the player with the black pieces, especially in such short match formats when they start with black, I think in general, a draw is always considered a good result at that level. And for Hikaru now, after Queen A4, once again, this big question, do you trade queens or do you keep them on? This time, if you want to keep them on, I don't think you can really play B3 and allow that bishop from G7 to maybe come to... Oh, did he just play B3?
Yeah, and he timed it
Well,
quite.
never mind me, guys.
He timed it in a mean manner as well.
I really thought not B3. I thought if he wants, I wanted Hikaru to keep the queens on. I thought he was gonna play Queen E2. I thought he couldn't get away with this bishop from G7 now, looking down at the rook on A1. But I guess when the black queen moves, Hikaru will move the knight away from B1, and then the rook from A1 can escape safely on the
Yeah,
next move.
I think that's probably Hikaru's idea, but it's getting sharp because one of the things that might happen. Let's say that Wesley drops his queen back, Hikaru develops the knight, Wesley goes ahead and castles. In the long run, once Wesley is castled and this rook is defended, then there is, let's imagine that this rook is defended right now. There is this pressure against queen e4. I was saying that there was a bunch of pressure there along that c file, and maybe black would have tactics against white's queen, but Wesley, he just wants to get more pieces off the board, and Hikaru's saying no.
Yeah, and I like that Hikaru keeps the game in fighting waters. I can't believe that half their allocated time is already almost gone. So we're inching closer now to this becoming a blitz game. And again, now a big decision for Wesley. We talked a while ago about his king on E8. I was wondering what's going to happen with that king. He could potentially castle kingside right now, but if you castle kingside as black, you say, okay, I give up on any idea of getting the rook to G8 and trying to use the G file. So Wesley going for a more direct approach, F5, unleashing this bishop from G7. And Alex, how does Hikaru deal with the attack on the rook?
Yeah, this is a dangerous move because what I was going to say is knight d4 seems like the only option, and that has been played by Hikaru. And the reason was kind of a strange point. If white had instead moved their other knight to d2, the rook would not have been controlling the d3 square. And it turns out that the queen stepping onto the d3 square either forces the queens off the board or makes white's queen go passive. So I think Wesley was setting up a very subtle little positional trap, and Hikaru, not falling for it. So he finds the best move with knight to d4. And now I think he's ready to, after Wesley having castled, I think Hikaru, one of the benefits of putting the knight on d4 is he could step the knight out to c3, a little bit more of an active square, and force Wesley to spend more time moving his queen around.
I'm already dreaming of an attack on the king side. If I was white here, I'd be thinking my queen is perfectly placed on e2 to swoop on over to h5. Then I bring a knight to g5 and we'll take it from there. But I imagine, Alex, that in reality the game is going to take a more positional route? What do you think?
Yeah, I think long term, the major attacking chances will come with this pawn break of g4. If we see an attack, I think we'll see g4 as the precursor to the attack. And as you can see, g4 is not possible to play anytime soon. Black has it really well controlled. So I could picture something like, let's say, Hikaru starts with a move like knight c3, and we fast forward, 15 moves or something like this. Maybe the white king is on h1, and you can step a rook to g1 and try to crack open the g file. Because I think if you go the sort of kamikaze route, you put the queen here, and maybe you put a knight here, as you were saying, black maybe just pushes the pawn to h6 and solves his problems with just one move. So I think for now, the action is going to take place on the queen side and in the center of the board.
Absolutely. And one thing, I actually, it took me a while to realize that the health bar at the top is actually, I guess, Jaren's work rather than taken from the official broadcast, because I was just wondering. And during the first break, I will ask Jaren, because the engine, we also have an evaluation bar on ourselves, which says 0, 0, 0, as so often in chess. So all I want to say to the chat is, I don't know which one of the bars is more powerful, but I don't think that this position, I don't think that Hikaru is in any major danger in this position right now. Is this Mortal Kombat? Yeah, kind of. Kind of.
I actually think it's a cool concept rather than, the traditional eval bar that goes up or down.
Yeah, I like it a lot too.
This is really cool. Yeah.
He is in danger of drawing. That much is true, Tatian. I don't know how I'm supposed to pronounce that. Tatian Knight. I have to say, I'm a little bit surprised by how long Hikaru has been thinking here in this position. I thought that knight c3, attacking the queen, developing the knight, would be sort of an automatic move, but Hikaru goes for h3. And is that directed at stopping queen g4 or preparing a g4 push in the future? What do you think?
Yeah, I think it maybe it's both, but it's mainly the first one. To stop queen g4, I think Hikaru at this point is a bit tired that Wesley, every single time he gets the slightest chance to offer a queen trade, he's done it. So I think, Hikaru is just like saying, no to that. But it does cost him a move. And the big question is, can Wesley maybe get a bit aggressive? He's got these double pawns. Sometimes you don't really want double pawns. They can be a bit weaker in the long run. So maybe Wesley finds a good moment here to play f4 if he wants to get ambitious. And I think he's gone ahead and just done that. So a little bit of pressure here for Hikaru, because the threat is basically from Wesley just to capture here on e3. And first of all, if you take with the queen, I'm going to swap queens. And whether or not you take with the queen first, after this exchange, white is the one that's going to be left with this weak pawn on e3. So Wesley, that's the thing about Wesley. He's very solid, but if you give him a chance, he doesn't shy away from these opportunities to maybe take the initiative.
And now Hikaru does get the knight out, not to c3, which we had talked about, but to d2 instead. And I'm curious, where is the queen going to go? I think d5 looks quite natural to keep the queen centralized. But then again, on d5, you're also standing in on the same file as the rook from d1. So I don't know. How do you feel? Where do you think you drop the queen to?
Well, Fiona, I mean, there's one square that Wesley is for sure thinking about, and that is the d3 square. So that is the and there's there you
You're better at this prediction game than I am.
Well, Wesley is giving us all a good, very a fighting chance at getting it right. He's looking for that exchange, and the question is, will the pattern continue, right? Wesley keeps offering the exchange, and so far Hikaru has denied it every time, but maybe this time around he's going to feel Like he has to take the queens off the board. Maybe he's not so happy with his position, and things have changed, and he's okay with a draw, even if he is playing with the white pieces. So that might be running through Hikaru's mind. You know, am I better? And what's the risk if I keep the queens on that I might be worse?
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the importance of colors in a short match, but I think even more important than colors is what you mentioned. You don't want to take too much risk, because in a 4 game match, if you lose game one, you have 3 games to come back. In a 2 game match, if you lose game one, you're in a must-win situation. So I think that's always the main concern of the players. They want to press with white, but they cannot really overpress. So I'm with you. I think if Hikaru feels that taking on D3 is the most sensible, the most risk-free approach, I think that's what he might go for. Time is becoming a little bit of not a concern, but time is ticking down. Hikaru now under 3 minutes. I have to say, I'm surprised to see him lower on the clock. I don't think Wesley has a reputation for being one of the faster players on the tour. And just as I say that, the queens did come off, and I did take a look at the engine. I think swapping queens was the only move to not be worse in this position. So even though I don't like trading queens, I'm happy to see it here.
Yeah, exactly. And I also think that, you know, what you point out about the clock situation is also going to influence. I mean, maybe if the times were reversed, Hikaru might be a bit more aggressive, more willing to take risk and try to play a little bit that advantage on the clock. But when Wesley is the one with more time, it makes sense for Hikaru to agree to the queen trade. And it's a good moment as well, because now that the queens have come off the board, white, Hikaru develops his knight, and that comes with a direct attack on Wesley's knight.
Yeah, speaking of that knight has a couple of squares it can go to, but it doesn't go anywhere. Instead, Wesley goes for rook c3, defending the knight. And now we are entering this very technical phase of the game where I think we're going to see a bunch of maneuvering. I'm trying to figure out, if I'm white here, which piece do I want to? I mean, ideally, I would really like to get the rook away from A1. I've been bothered by this bishop from G7, looking down at the rook on A1 ever since Hikaru played B3. But the knight on D3 is a pain. It's controlling this C1 square. If it wasn't for the knight, I would love to play rook C1. So I'm not
Yeah,
sure. Mm-hmm.
yeah. But by the way, I mean it's it's a funny move, because I think on some level, Wesley's actually making a draw offer. If you go knight b5,
Oh,
you hit the rook, and let's say Wesley steps the rook to c2. So we have our knight here on b5. Wesley's rook is on c2. Now the knight on d3 is hanging, but so is our rook on a1. So you get this situation where maybe Hikaru plays knight b5, Wesley goes rook c2, says, you're not in time to win my knight because I win your rook. And Hikaru drops the knight back to d4. And then you get, an equal position. Now Hikaru's gone in a different direction. He hasn't gone for the draw. Instead, he's exchanged on f4. And yeah, and he's keeping the game alive. I think for sure he saw that possibility to repeat. So I think Hikaru still wants to try and press.
yeah, I think the automatic review of the game got a little too excited there, momentarily giving that move a double question mark. It certainly was not a blunder. It was maybe not the best, but this position, I think maybe black is a little bit better. I think the bishop on G7 might be superior to one of the knights. But all in all, the position is still quite solid. Hikaru has the better pawn structure. He has what is known as 2 pawn islands. I don't know if you can quickly highlight the white pawns. And Wesley has 3 pawn islands. In general, the more pawn islands you have, the worse. So I still think this game is in the balance. The one thing that worries me is the time situation. Remember, this is only a 3 second increment per move. So we take Hikaru down to 1 minute and 17. H4 to Alex, what is the idea behind H4?
Um, I think it's just to play g3 and kick back Black's active knight without losing this pawn on h3, or at least that's one possibility. Although then again, if White had played g3 immediately and you took the pawn, then after king g2, the knight would have been trapped. So I'm not actually sure why pawn to h4. I was expecting that Hikaru's strategy would have been to step the king to f1 and go for the move knight to e2, looking to trade knights and also open up the d file. So that's sort of what I was expecting. Maybe it's just a question of waiting for that plan, because I do think, king f1 at some point will happen. Or maybe Hikaru saw something, that I'm not seeing as to why you couldn't play g3 straight away. But the truth is, I'm not too sure. Right now, I do think king f1 will happen. Because right now, Wesley has a huge tactical threat. So before he moved the king to f1, Wesley's threat was to capture twice here. And then when the rook comes to d4, when the king is on g1, you have this knight e2 check. So Hikaru spots that immediately.
Yeah, king f1 necessary to avoid that tactical sequence, which would end in a fork and a material win for Black. Hikaru, Wesley has a little bit of pressure now. The white position is more passive. We see there is a rook on b1. If we compare the rooks for starters, the black rooks are more active. Wesley jumps back to d3. And okay, we see a maneuvering phase here where Hikaru also dropped his knight back to e2. The rook came back to c8. Do you think Hikaru should now start to look for some trades if possible?
I mean, there's an idea here, which is rook d2. If Hikaru plays rook d2
Which he
with the
has.
point of playing rook bd1, and if the point of h4 earlier was to stop, I thought it was to stop bishop h6 with knight g5, which I think is playable. I
Ah.
thought if that was what crossed his mind when he played h4, that would have just been mind blowing. But maybe it has crossed his mind. But now, just at least for now, he stepped the rook back. Maybe he's thinking, let me think on Wesley's time. Wesley may just drop the bishop back and wait for rook d2 and repeat. So I think they might be playing some mind games here. Wesley is wondering, if I slot the bishop back to g7, will Hikaru take the draw or not?
Yeah, and you mentioned time. Speaking of time, time is slowly evening out. A minute and a half for Wesley, who doesn't go for the repetition, instead drops the bishop back all the way to f8. And here comes knight g3. So I guess that knight is looking probably to go to e4, to a more central position.
Yeah, I think Wesley was threatening bishop to c5, targeting this pawn on f2. So now with the knight on g3, you can meet that with e4.
Yeah, so instead the bishop goes to e7, from where it puts pressure on the pawn on h4, which means Hikaru couldn't move his knight from f3. Moves are starting to come in fast. The computer did not like Wesley's move knight king g7, which looked completely natural to me. Knight e2, where are the white knights headed? What do you think the ideal destination is for the knights?
Well, for now, it may be to sit on e2, because you have to be a little bit careful with this pawn on h5. So, for example, this idea of king to h6 and grab the pawn with your knight on e2 fails, because there's rook takes d3, rook takes, and then knight f4 check. So maybe the knight is happy to sit here, but Wesley now renews this threat. Remember, we said when the knight went to g3, it was all about protecting against bishop c5. So this is a bit scary here for Hikaru, and there's tactics on the board here. Knight takes f2, and the point is, once you take that knight, there's black. You're walking into this pin, and black is going to get the piece back, and maybe even end up a pawn. It's starting to feel very unlikely that Hikaru is going to be able to win this game, and a lot of it is going to be, can he actually equalize here in spite of being a pawn down?
Yeah, I think Hikaru clearly now playing for a draw. I mean, clearly he would be happy to make a draw here. What was funny to me was that Wesley's move knight f2 actually got a question mark. So even though it won a pawn, it looks like Wesley had even stronger opportunities. This makes sense. I mean, when you're down to under a minute. And now, okay, Hikaru has the knight, especially I think in those situations where the players get very, very short on time. Knights are the trickiest pieces. In general, will trades favor Hikaru? What do you think? Or will they favor
I,
Wesley?
I think what Hikaru wants is to basically go hunting, go for a light squared strategy, and
Hmm.
that's exactly what he's doing. He's playing g4. He wants to, maybe force that pawn off the board or to advance. And what he wants is to, drive that knight to e4 or to f5. And wait, rook d6? Is there any? No, no, rook d6. I thought for a second that Wesley had blundered with king e7 and you pick up the bishop, but in fact, in the end, the rook on d1 falls. Now it may be Hikaru's turn to have blundered here with knight to g3 because now there's a lot of pressure. I thought maybe rook d4 check, but now both players are down to the seconds. So let's see what happens.
Yeah, and we can see the nerves. I think these players are so used to playing, they played all the events online until now on a computer.
Yeah. And knight g7 check is maybe in the air. You never know. Will Wesley find a move like bishop
Oh my
f8?
goodness, Bishop f8 was a winning move. Thankfully, that was not played.
Now maybe you have the really strange repetition, draw by repetition, if white had just gone back with the knight to f5, but Hikaru didn't do that. Is he still playing for a win?
I am shocked that he didn't go back to f5. Actually, the moves on the board are happening so fast that our digital board is struggling to keep up. But just looking at the camera, I
Yeah.
think Hikaru is visibly frustrated.
Yeah,
Um,
this arrangement on the king side is really shaky. And if he loses the pawn on h6, it's game over because after that, the king gets hunted and the knight is there. Uh,
okay, at least the are coming in now. The Black King is
yeah.
also getting dangerously close now. I mean, this is so crazy. Hikaru, if we can trust the clock times we see on the screen, has built up some time and suddenly the evaluation.
Yeah.
I don't even know what has happened here.
It's an insane position. I mean, rook f7 check seems to be the only path. But okay, Hikaru goes a different direction. Makes a lot of sense. He wants to get the king out of the way. I think both players, you know, including everybody, like everyone, nobody knows what's going on in this position. The players, the commentators, it's just a complete mess. The question is, can Hikaru pull something here out of the bag?
I mean, he dropped the h6 pawn, which, as we mentioned, was an important pawn. But look at the Black King. I mean, the Black King has run all the way
Yeah,
across the board. Hikaru has won an exchange.
yeah,
And now
yeah.
I
He's
mean,
won
this
an
is just
exchange.
insane. I guess Black is still the one who is pressing for a win with the two passed pawns, but I
I'm not
believe
so
Hikaru.
sure.
No?
I'm not so sure because the king is kind of no, maybe you're right, but the king is looking. I
Oh,
think both.
we're going in the plus. The health bar hasn't been in the pluses for a long time. Let's go, Hikaru.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh my goodness.
but this seems like a good move, to control things there from Wesley. Maybe even rook e3 check, try and kick the king back. But we're not seeing this. We're seeing. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if to agree or disagree with you, Fiona. Will this pawn on h3 give Wesley winning chances? Or, is Wesley's king just going to get checkmated? If you play king here, you literally get checkmated here after rook c2. You can block with the bishop, but it's mate next move. So the black king is really in a lot of danger.
Wesley seems in a lot of time trouble. What's happening? I think we're a bit behind compared to the camera. Okay, the king has found its way to h4, but it's still in some kind of mating net. There is a
Hikaru has a draw
perpetual
if he wants
now.
it here. He has a draw. If he goes rook g8 check,
I
there
think
is
he
no
didn't.
way for
Okay.
Wesley to avoid it because he has to stick on h4 in order to keep the defense. Oh my
Okay.
goodness. Hikaru has just blundered with this move and the players have
Oh
left.
no. Yeah, I think Hikaru lost. I think the board couldn't keep up. Okay, we have the moves now. Yeah, I think Hikaru, we see him there on the screen,
Oh
clearly
my goodness.
frustrated. Let's go back to that moment actually, where there was where
Yeah,
he had that chance to give a perpetual check. Because I
he
don't know
had.
what happened. If he wanted still to play for more in that moment.
Oh, this one is gonna sting. I mean, it was right up to move 71. The game ended on move 74, and on move 71, uh, rook takes g3, bishop takes g3. So move 72, it's still a
One
draw.
second, I don't know the. Oh no, yeah, okay, it's fine. Sorry.
You can play the draw just like this with rook h8 check. Wherever the king goes, whether it's g5 or g4, you just give this a same check, and black has to keep defending the bishop. And so it's a draw here with this perpetual. But what Hikaru went for is he tried to actually get the win here with the move king f5. And the point is that if black pushed the pawn, then rook h8 was checkmate. But Wesley found the move bishop to f4. And it turns out now there's no perpetual, because if you go rook h8, the king, now it's able to sort of run away. And in the end, it's what you had said, Fiona, there's too many pawns, and this h pawn decides. So right up until the end, it was this big drama about, whether it would be black's king safety that would get Wesley so checkmated, or whether it would be this pawn that would decide the game. And unfortunately, yeah, right at the very end, Hikaru blundered in severe time pressure.
Yeah, this was a really, really painful loss for Hikaru. I'm just checking, yeah, all the games have finished. I think the players are only going to get a very short break before game two. Hikaru now in this situation that we mentioned that you don't want to be in, to be in a must-win with black in game two. As you mentioned, this one is going to sting. I mean, Hikaru had done such a great job fighting back from a lost position earlier on. He was under a lot of pressure throughout most of the games. Then he fought back. I think he even, got some hopes up, hopes up towards the end that he was maybe playing for the win again. Maybe we can find that moment where he he managed to win the exchange back, because that all happened so fast, and I think the board was just struggling to keep up. Chat is wondering, why didn't he take a draw? Of course, Hikaru right now will be thinking, why didn't I take the draw? But I think it's just, in these situations, you're down to seconds. I think what happened in the end, he thought that he could set up a mating net with King f5 and just missed that resource with Bishop f4. So I think that's all that happened. It's not that Hikaru didn't see the draw. I think he was just trying to play for more.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's exactly it. I think that what was difficult is what we were speaking about at the start of the round. That when you get the white pieces first in a two-game sort of format, it's problematic, right? Especially when you meet someone like Wesley So, who's so difficult to beat, even with white, that you're figuring, okay, if I can't win with the white pieces, then what chance do I have? I'm just going to suffer with black. So I think Hikaru was fighting from the very start, and unfortunately, it was went down to the wire. But right at that last second, it went wrong. To answer your comment about here this position, knight to f3, this is where Hikaru won the exchange. The computer seems to think that king h3 is a good move, but I guess Hikaru was, or Wesley was terrified that white would have so many discovered checks,
Mm.
and he couldn't calculate them all. So he figured, let me exchange this knight. The computer doesn't like it, says it's a big blunder, but from a practical standpoint, it makes a lot of sense. So after rook takes f3, that does give away the draw, but this was the MO of Wesley throughout the game, right? He was happy if it, as long as he's not worse, he always seemed to be quite happy. So here he pushed the pawn, and then it just went. I mean, this Fiona, if you know what's going on at any of these points, please let me know, right? Because I think maybe Hikaru had a little bit of a chance here that he missed with rook d3. When suddenly that pressure against the pawn on h3 might have made it easy for Wesley to go wrong. For instance, imagine if you go something like rook h5, now check, king goes to g1, and now rook c2. And black is actually getting mated here on the first rank, on white's first rank. And if after rook to d3, black maybe tries a move like, let's say rook g3, then here Hikaru could have captured, maybe played rook d2 check, king g1, king f3. You get a position like this where Hikaru has basically no risk here, and Wesley has all the risk. And I think this is what Hikaru was trying to get when he played his final move, the losing move, king f5. He wanted to get an endgame like this, where, for example, white can do something like rook d7, and it's really difficult for black to play this kind of position because you want to push the pawn, but if you go like this, then it's going to be rook d1 mate. So I think maybe this was Hikaru's best chance. But other than that, we have to admit that Wesley just played a fantastic game.
Yeah,
He
he
never,
really did.
yeah,
I've been impressed. I mean, there was this moment where Wesley could repeat moves potentially by dropping the bishop back to g7. And Wesley in general is I mean, he's a fantastic player, but in general, quite known for being risk averse. So I was expecting him to go bishop g7, but he played on with bishop f8. And of course, in the end, both players made mistakes, but that is normal when you're playing on literal seconds. Mistakes are going to happen. All in all, an impressive game by Wesley. There was a lot of questions in the chat. Will they play again? What's happening today? So today, Hikaru is playing 2 matches, and both matches are 2-game matches. So Hikaru has 1 more game against Wesley, which I expect to start quite shortly. He will be black in that game. Of course, winning with black is a tall order, but it's not impossible. So if Hikaru manages to strike back, they will play 1 Armageddon game to decide the winner of this match. But regardless of what happens in the first match let me check the schedule again, at 2:30 p.m. Eastern time. So that is an hour and a half roughly from now. Hikaru will be playing a second match against MVL Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So regardless of what happens, we are going to see at least 3 more games by Hikaru today. Also, the good news is if you are just tuning in now, if you weren't here at the start of the show, this is not an elimination format. There are 8 players, and actually that reminds me, we haven't told you the results in the other games. I've barely seen what happened in the other games, but Magnus beat Lazavic. Abdusattorov against Firuja was a draw, and Fabiano Caruana beat MVL. I don't know if we're gonna have time to take a look at those games. And maybe Alex, can you very quickly just refresh the board? And
sure.
so yeah, as I mentioned, there are 8 players, and we're going to see 7
But
matches in this round robin.
now that Fiona, I should say, now that I've refreshed it, it seems like the layout has changed.
Okay, you know what we're gonna do? I think we're just gonna go on. No, I think this is fine. This is fine. So
Okay.
we are good. We're ready for game 2 for now. No indication of where the players are. So we're just waiting to find out. Will they come back soon? I expect they were supposed to start 10 minutes ago. Round 1 was a tiny bit delayed, but I do think I think they'll probably start soon. And yeah, the players are being checked right now. They will be checked before every single game. So we are going to stay right here. Let's flip the board already, so we'll watch it from Hikaru's perspective. Hikaru's going to have to take some risks here, I think, out of the opening. I'm very curious um, to see. What do you think, Alex, that his opening Wesley probably will open 1e4? And what will we see? A modern, something like that? Or what is your guess?
Um, yeah, I mean, we could see something like that, very, very, going straight for the kill. And I mean, Hikaru is exceptionally good at all of these kind of offbeat openings. So he may fancy his chances. He may do something. Not that the modern is particularly offbeat, but basically the modern is when Black plays the move G6. And the reason why this scores it, like it's a really good opening choice if you need to try and play for a win, has to do with the fact that White is given the center, but then Black gets to keep all of the pieces on the board, and at the right moment, maybe starts counterattacking, starts breaking down that center. And so, it's a little bit of a guesswork. It's only guesswork whether or not Hikaru will play the modern. He might, really your guess is as good as mine, whether he'll take that approach or whether he'll play E5 or a Sicilian
Let's
and
actually
something more
just
solid.
flip the board already so that
Yes.
everything that you explain, we can see it from Hikaru's perspective. It's just at the top under the clock wheel.
It's
At the top, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so
Okay, so mhm.
yeah. No, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think a Sicilian, we might see a Sicilian as well. In memory, if my memory serves, Hikaru was in a must-win against Wesley at one of these American Cup. I mean, they played each other so many times in that tournament. I think he had played the modern there. He definitely played the modern in the World Cup in a must-win tiebreak game against Prague, which I'm sure a lot of people will remember didn't work out at all. I mean, Prague just played so well, and Hikaru never got anything. So I'm curious. I think for sure Wesley would be expecting the modern if um when he knows, I mean, knowing that Hikaru is in a must-win situation. So we'll find out, but it's not going to be a Berlin. I don't think it's going to be an Italian game. So we'll see. Guys, thank you for the sweater comments. I let my parents know. My parents recently went on a long trip to South America and they bought this for me. I think it's made of alpaca wool, something. So this is my new alpaca wool sweater. Thanks, mom and dad.
But
um,
is alpaca wool not is it super warm or is it
yeah, it's nice and cozy. I wasn't sure was it gonna be warm or cold up here in my little studio, so I thought I'm gonna tread on the safe side. Alpaca wool gives you 300 points, they say. That would be nice. I haven't, it's brand new. This is actually the first time I've ever worn it, but
and how is it
uh-huh.
sorry, Fiona, how does it compare to, regular old, the sheep wool that
It's
that us peasants wear,
much more luxurious. Warm yet breathable, exactly. Please don't turn into alpaca. I think alpacas are really, really, really cute. No
Doesn't
birthday luck. Uh-huh.
doesn't that Irish chess player that we both know, Jonathan
Yeah, I
O'Connor, I
think
think
he
he
has
has like
alpacas. Yeah.
he's got
Yes.
like 3 alpacas in Ireland. So maybe one day we can go there and shear them, right? You were once offered not so long ago, about 6 months ago, Fiona was offered the opportunity to shear a sheep, and she declined, right? So
I
here's
did
your chance.
decline. I mean, it was some Irish farm, but the sheep were so crazy. I mean, they didn't like it at all, and they had to be held down. And I was like, I mean, I struggled to shave myself without cutting myself or without. So I'm not gonna go near the sheep. We're like going
The,
crazy.
those farmers, they really wanted Fiona to shear this sheep. And afterwards, when Fiona said, "No, I won't do that," they kind of seemed to lament it. And then they shared a story immediately after. There were a couple of farmers there and said, "Yeah, about a month ago, we had a girl over," because it was like a sort of there was a farm next to the Airbnb. And so he was like, about a month ago, we had a girl over, and she sheared the sheep, and she was a really strong. No, she didn't shear the sheep. She was like, she's such a strong. This was like such a strong 16-year-old girl, because she was doing something like judo or something like this, or wrestling. And they actually the farmer told us that they got the girl to wrestle the sheep and wrestle the sheep down to the ground. Do you remember this story at all?
I
You
don't
gotta
think
back
I
me
even,
up.
I mean, I was there for the story, but these, you guys in the chat must understand that we're talking about an Irish farmer from West Ireland. So I like to think that my English is of a decent level, but I could only understand about 10% of what they were saying. So I think I understood from the story, there was a girl and there was a sheep and and
He was
that
like
was about it.
16-year-old European wrestling champion or something. And so when the farmers found out, the farmers insisted that the girl wrestle the sheep and maybe shear the sheep after, maybe not. I this part I'm not sure myself. You were kind of nodding along to the story at the time, and I thought, okay, she's just unbothered, unfazed. But but it turns out you just
Yeah, I
didn't
just nodded.
weren't. Yeah.
I just was yeah. Somebody pure ed ribeye is saying, I'm late. What's going on? Unfortunately, Hikaru has lost game one of his match against Wesley. So we are awaiting the start of the game, the start of game two, where Hikaru is in a must-win situation with the black pieces. Somebody was talking about birthday luck, which is an interesting one. I'm curious if we talk to Hikaru later on. I think Hikaru has a long history of playing on his birthday because for many, many years the London Classic was coinciding with his birthday. So I'm curious if he knows if he has a good score on his birthday or a bad score. Let's hope that today, I mean, yes, he lost game one, as you can see there, and thank you, Jaren, for pulling up the results, 3 decisive results in the first game. Yes, he lost game one, but still this rematch to go. Remember, if Hikaru strikes back here, we'll go to Armageddon tiebreak, and then another match against MVL, and then 5 more matches in the next 3 days. This is only stage one of the finals, the round robin. After that, we'll see a survival stage and then the semis and the finals. So that is what is happening. The players, okay. The players, yeah, I think are coming back to the playing hall. I'm curious actually if Jaren can let us know in the chat. A few people were inquiring what is the backdrop of this waiting scene. I really like it. It's kind of Halloweeny themed. Someone was mentioned kind of Dexter vibes. Sure, Jaren will let us. Okay, Jaren says, it's just red. Okay, thanks for that, Jaren. So for those of you out there who might be colorblind, now you know it's a red background. Um, and yeah, actually, if we had known that the break was long, I have to say I missed the okay, and we see a handshake here. What's that? Hikaru has gotten some reinforcements that looks like it could be a coffee mug. And we are off D4 actually. I was expecting E4. What's it gonna be? A King's Indian? A
Yeah, I'm
Dutch?
really surprised. I'm surprised that Wesley is playing d4. I mean, I think e4 tends to be a bit more forcing, so it's like it's a little bit harder to win. So in a game of going for tiny edges, um, yeah, sometimes maybe like I would have thought e4 like you. Um, I'm guessing it's so hard to say, but I think Hikaru is just going to play it relatively solid. Knight f6 or d5 is my guess. Do you think Dutch?
No, I think he's not gonna play it solid. He's in a must-win situation. I think King's Indian actually. But we're both surprised. I mean, Knight f6, I agree with you. Knight f6 would keep his options open. Maybe the Dutch is a bit too much all out. Um, but we are both surprised by 1d4, but clearly Hikaru is surprised too. He's been thinking for a minute about how to face 1d4. Hikaru is one of, the best, the most renowned King's Indian players of all times. But Wesley
Yeah.
would probably be expecting that. So I don't know, Alex. What do you think?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we're seeing knight f6, but again, the thing is, right? These questions about what are the elite players going to do? I mean, you saw that pause. I think Hikaru himself doesn't know what he's going to do, right? And so it's really hard for us. I mean, we can hope that our 1 in 5 shot comes through, and then we can be happy. But okay, having said that, this was actually something we might have been able to guess. He goes for the Benoni, which
Hmm.
is a really fighting opening. I think it's a great choice. Hikaru might have been thinking, you know what? Wesley, he actually is really good at playing against the King's Indian. He's had really great results against it. So, and he probably expects it. Hikaru might have been thinking during that pause, if Wesley is going d4, he's got something against my King's Indian.
Yeah, I think that is the most likely indeed. The Benoni, funnily enough, an opening that recently I've been thinking about. Maybe I should take a look at that. I haven't had an opening against D4 in about 10 years. Have you ever played the Benoni as black?
Me
Yeah.
or Hikaru? Yeah, I've played it on a couple, 2 or 3 occasions, um, and the games are always really a lot of fun. I kind of think of the Benoni as like the Sicilian against d4. You know what I mean? Because
Mm-hmm.
you end up with this pawn on c5 and this pawn on d6, and so yeah, you don't quite get the same from white. So it is very different. But the nice thing about it is, if you think about a Sicilian Najdorf, right, you have your pawn on d6, your pawn on c5, your pawn on a6. So you kind of get that, and you also get the dynamic, aggressive play, much like in Sicilians. And now, with his last move, Hikaru is threatening to play b5 and expand on the queen side, maybe
Let me
step that
stop you
pawn.
for 1 second because you're all calmly explaining the opening, but the bar shot up to like almost +2. And I see the chat is saying, oh, that is normal for the Benoni. Is that true?
Yeah, no, that's correct. Like the super strong chess engines, they tend not to give um they tend not to give such a big advantage. But the less strong chess engines, and maybe this one is running on a lower depth or something like this, they tend to really, really hate the Benoni. Maybe because it's actually kind of not a good opening when you're playing against 3,500 chess engine, because white has more space and white just crushes you. If you have something like the World Computer Chess Championships and black was
Mm.
forced to play the Benoni, they'd do really, really badly. But in human play, it's a very different story.
Absolutely, and these are definitely two human players we see facing off here. You were, when I interrupted you, talking about the black plans. You were talking about a6 preparing b5, which is why we saw Wesley play a4. And now this slightly mysterious move, knight h5. Usually we are taught to not put the knight on the rim. So, Alex, what is the idea behind the knight jumping there?
Yeah, so there's a few possibilities here. One of them is simply the main one is that at some point black will want to break with f5. It's kind of hard to say because there's a lot of different plans in the Benoni. Sometimes in the Benoni, you even not right here because the pawn would get chopped off, but sometimes in the Benoni you even play with g5 and try to kind of clamp down on all of the dark squares, and then in that case you could maybe step the knight to f4. So that's one possibility. Other times, maybe black wants to provoke g4 and get Wesley to weaken his king and say, yeah, grab more space, play g4, weaken your king, and maybe I'll get some chances later on. I think one thing is clear. Wesley's position is objectively better. This is not a line of the Benoni that, where black can fully equalize. But I think that Hikaru is going to be pretty happy because he has that imbalanced fighting game that he needs.
Absolutely. I agree with you that Hikaru, I think, will be quite happy here. I'm curious to see Wesley's next move. As I mentioned, I'm completely unfamiliar with the Benoni. I've never played it from either side. So we talked a little bit about the plans for black. Meanwhile, we did talk about, white has more space, all that, but how does white complete the development? I'm looking at the bishop on c1. Where does that want to go usually? Oh, answered by Wesley.
Let me take the credit for it, Fiona. To g5, No, there's many different plans here. One of the most common ones in the Benoni actually is even to just keep your bishop on c1 and instead focus on bringing this knight to the c4 square. And actually, the most typical square for the bishop actually brings us back to what black might have intended with knight h5, because usually the bishop actually goes here to put pressure on the pawn. So another idea of Hikaru's move was to take away that option.
Okay, and now queen c7, we see the computer allocated at an automatic question mark, but I think we shouldn't be too influenced by what the engine says in this game. The fact that Hikaru played queen c7 so quickly, and also just as Alex mentioned before, that the engines just in general don't approve of what black does in the Benoni. I think c7 is a perfectly natural square for the queen. And now after knight d2, is it time for black to start doing something? Because knight d2, does that indicate that Wesley maybe wants to also start pushing pawns on the king side?
I wouldn't say that Wesley's looking to push f4. That would create a lot of weaknesses. Maybe, sorry, I assumed you meant f4, but maybe you meant g4.
I
Yeah,
meant f4, my favorite move.
Yeah, I can't see Wesley doing that. It may not be a bad move, but it opens up Wesley's king. And we saw just how kind of risk averse Wesley was in the first game. And I think he's going to be even more risk averse now that he senses he's so close to potentially winning the match without going to tie breaks. I think if he is to push a pawn, maybe he'll go g4. Definitely a tempting idea, because when you step the knight back, then you go f4. And, there's this feeling like you're steamrolling your opponent. But honestly, I actually, if I had to guess, I would say Wesley just wants to drop the bishop back, kick this knight, and maybe play bishop e2, force the knight back, and just keep things really solid. Maybe bishop here, force the knight back, and then a5 just to, lock down the structure on the queen side. I think that's what Wesley's game plan is. Just keep things under control.
Yeah, so the ball is back in Wesley's court again after Hikaru just played rook b8. I think rook b8 clearly aimed at eventually playing b5. You cannot do that right now because white has three pieces. White has the pawn on a4, the knight, and the bishop all looking at that b5 square. So actually, what is rook b8 about? Is it just preparing to push b5 eventually?
Well, one of the ideas behind rook b8 is, white does at some point maybe want to find a nice square for this knight. And the c4 square looks really good, but then that would actually cut off the vision of the bishop and maybe open up the door for b5 to happen there. So maybe there's some ideas along those lines. Another way of playing b5 would be to first give up this bishop, but I mean, I think that would be madness, to be honest, because that's such an important piece, right? That's black's best minor piece. So I think maybe just a mixture of prophylaxis, in case of something like knight c4, maybe Hikaru's trying to put a stop to that. And also, Hikaru may just not be quite sure what else to play, right? It's kind of difficult to find an active plan for black here. Wesley so far has played really well. And, most of the time active plans, they happen when there's pawn breaks, or pawn advances. But this pawn advance is shut out or shut down. This one has also been shut down. And this one has also been shut down, because if this happens, the knight will fall. So maybe Hikaru is a little bit, making a useful move and sort of putting the ball back into Wesley's court.
And I think that makes a lot of sense, especially in the faster time controls. We see here that Wesley, who just played a5, this time Hikaru has an edge on the clock. And I think it's quite important that he tries to keep that, to put pressure on the clock on Wesley in this game. So a5 sort of is going to make it very difficult for Hikaru to play b5 in good circumstances in the future. On the other hand, in the long term, the pawn on a5 could potentially become a weakness, because it's not going to be easy to defend the a5 pawn with another pawn. But now we are back in that situation, Alex. You said Hikaru had made, a useful move, rook b1, throwing the ball back into Wesley's court, and Wesley plays a5 and says, back to you, what are you going to do? What do you think are some candidate moves here for Hikaru? Maybe let's answer from the chat. Yolo Vinmi is asking, is knight e5 available here?
So, knight e5, the problem with knight e5 is white is actually happy to step the bishop to e2. And so you can get really quickly steamrolled if you have to move the knight back and then f4. And the knight on e5 no longer has any squares. Maybe if you want, we can put up an analysis board, and I'll just show you one of the big problems of the Benoni, one of the kind of common problems.
Sure, let's bring the board up, and yeah, I think we're good now.
Okay, so basically, let's say you go knight e5. I can share this from personal experience, having trapped my own piece probably upwards of about 1,000 times over the years playing the Benoni. I played the Benoni a lot in Blitz and in Bullet. And so you get this kind of a position, and black just says, I want to develop my bishop, but white has every single square under control. So black just puts it on d7, and then white goes f4, and goodbye to this knight. So this is the big struggle with the Benoni. That's why Wesley's play has been, we can just go back to the current position. Wesley's play has been really instructive, because by playing the move pawn to h3, there's no chance, this arrangement, there's no chance to move the bishop. Now, having said all of this, I think Hikaru is making me eat my words here, because he does drive the knight to e5. Wesley steps the bishop to e2. And the question is, I don't think that Hikaru can just go back with the knight. I think he has to have some aggressive idea. One possibility is c4 and gambiting a pawn. So you might get a situation where Hikaru is willing to take risk here. Knight e5 may not be, like the computer's best move, but from a practical point of view, maybe what Hikaru wants is c4 or in f5 here, some type of a pawn break, some type of a pawn advance, and offer up a pawn here. I do think if Wesley just captures the knight, it does look very nice. I think, Fiona, you would be quite happy here as white.
To just take the pawn.
Or maybe not. Maybe you don't like the fact that the f pawn
No, I think I would take on h5, but I also think Hikaru had very little choice but to, at some point in this game, go all in, because I think, as you mentioned, Wesley just reacted so well against this Benoni that if you just keep playing, you know, what you think is the best move. I don't think Hikaru necessarily thinks that f5 is the best move, but if the best move is just going to give you a position where white is a little bit better, that's not enough for Hikaru in this game. So at some point, he has to take a risk, and I think now we reach that juncture, and the big question is, will Wesley take? So if he takes on h5, Hikaru recaptures, and what happens then? What happens if white just takes again? What happens if white takes twice on h5?
Yeah, that's one question. And I think
We might find out. Yeah.
yeah, we might find out very, very soon. Now, one thing that Hikaru, by the way, I think you phrased it just I couldn't agree more with how you put it. I think even though this may be, from a computer point of view, worse than what Hikaru had, this is, from a human perspective, a brilliant plan from Hikaru, because now suddenly in almost no moves, he's shaken up the entire position. Sure, he's down a pawn, but now he has the bishop pair. We talked about, you were asking, how is this kind of a move b5 going to be played? Well, now without this bishop crashing down on the queen side, maybe you can play it anyway. You can play b5 or play b6 and open things up here on the b file. We also talked about how white wanted the knight on c4. That's no longer an option. So Hikaru's managed to shake things up.
Yeah, absolutely. And interestingly, queen takes h5, which to me looked like a completely natural move, just taking a pawn that was up for grabs, was given a question mark by the chess.com interface. Why do you think that is?
I think we would probably have to go back. I'm not sure if we should with this time situation here, but I think it had to do with white having this option of playing f4, and maybe now playing f4 becomes a lot more tricky. I'm just guessing, but it may become a lot more tricky because now with the queen parked all the way over on h5, maybe black has knight. Sorry, if I use the blue color, it's challenging to see. Maybe it has this move, black has this move knight d3, putting pressure on the queen side, and you're feeling kind of sorry that the queen went over here to capture what at the end of the day was just a very weak isolated pawn. So maybe that is kind of what's going on there. But it's just guesswork.
Also, Rick Sanchez, actually, good username, took me only when I read it out, made the point that maybe Hikaru now can play f5 himself, actually, as well. But
Yeah,
Hikaru, f4, sorry, f4 himself, but he goes instead for b5.
no, I actually, you know what? I don't know about you, Fiona, but I'm actually feeling 10 times more confident about Hikaru's chances here than 3 or 4 moves ago.
It's funny that we started getting more optimistic when Wesley grabbed a pawn. In general, I'm not happy when I go down a pawn, but I trust Hikaru to play this position better than I would a pawn down. And we see that even the evaluation bar and the health bar, I don't know, maybe we call it health bar for this tournament, has gone down a little bit. This is definitely becoming a lot more double-edged. This is not what Wesley wanted. Wesley would have loved to play a controlled game where he can, keep everything in the balance. Things are going to get sharp now. And yes, in this position, white has the opportunity to take en passant or en croissant or whatever you want to call it, if he so desires. But Wesley doesn't do that. He plays bishop h6 instead, looking for a trade of the dark squared bishops.
Yeah, and now this move that was suggested in the chat really starts to look tempting, which is to push this pawn to f4, because if the bishops are going to come off the board, then black just dominates those dark squares, right? We have suddenly a beautiful knight here on e5, and you never know, that pawn, that was lost on h5 was the g6 pawn. So if you do something like this, who knows? Maybe Hikaru will be able to drum up a strong attack.
Absolutely. I think that things are looking up. Time, both players now down to around 6 minutes. This is pretty much a blitz game now. I like
Yeah.
this semi-open G file you talked about. I'm just wondering what is the best way to, when is the best moment to get my king to h8? Hikaru goes for another move that you talked about earlier. Knight jumps into d3, now putting pressure on the pawn on b2.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing about the d3 square, because of the structure, when these pawns have moved for white and there is no c pawn, the d3 square is often what we call an outpost. Right now, it's just a weak square. But if black steps the pawn over to c4, that's an outpost. And that piece is really, really hard to dislodge. And it's right at the heart of the white position. You know, it's blocking rook e1 ideas. It's targeting the pawn on b2. So it's a really uncomfortable move. The computer says that white should continue with a move like f4 and just ignore this pawn threat. But that's really hard to do if you're in Wesley's shoes here. You know, what's the follow-up? After f4, black can just win this pawn on b2, and suddenly black has 3 queenside pawns against only 1 from white. So a big moment here.
Very interesting. Wesley actually does play f4, which according to the engines was the best. I also didn't expect him to find it because I didn't think he would give up the pawn on b2. And now the question becomes, what has Wesley got planned if Hikaru grabs the pawn? The other question, of course, is Hikaru going to grab the pawn? The position now really, really double-edged, and with both players close to ticking down under 5 minutes. Do you think Hikaru will take on b2?
I don't know. I think that one option that Hikaru, he has a couple of other interesting options. One of them, for example, is even rook f6, trying to force this trade and then bring the queen over and maybe the rook over if you want to go for a crazy attack. Another option is maybe to cement this knight on c4, turn it into an outpost, and maybe even that knight can, you know, or the queen can use that c5 square once the pawn pushes. So I think black has, and finally, of course, yeah, I think taking the pawn is really interesting. So I think black has a lot of possibilities. It's hard to judge. What does your intuition say, Fiona? Capture or no capture?
I like this move you highlighted, actually, rook f6, and I think a lot of people in the chat like it too. I see Sultan saying, lift the rook! And Hikaru was reaching. I'm not sure. It looked to me like he was reaching for the knight, actually.
You know what may be an issue with the rook lift is that if the rook had lifted, there was bishop takes, queen takes, and queen g5, forcing the queens off the board. And if you go rook here, queen d8 check.
Yeah.
So there was this line. I think maybe Hikaru was saying, I want to lift the rook, I want to attack, but I know that Wesley will trade queens off in a heartbeat, right? So I don't want to go back down that road. So he takes on e4, which from a computer point of view seems to be handing the advantage back to Wesley. But from a human perspective, there's pressure and there's threats here. The knight is hit. It's only being defended by this knight. So one possibility is that black will push with pawn to b4 and win a piece if Wesley's not careful.
Yeah, I mean, once again, I think that we shouldn't be too influenced by the bar. Yes, according to the engine, Wesley is better, but look at the clock times, 4 minutes each, and the position is so messy. Wesley decides to trade on g7. I expect Hikaru to recapture with the queen to align his queen with Wesley's king, unless I'm missing. Oh, there's a pawn hanging on d6.
Yeah, there is a pawn hanging on d6, and Hikaru has a really tough choice because you want to capture with the queen. The queen belongs on that square. Your king on g7 is going to keep on getting hit and attacked and all sorts of problems. So I think, well, we do see black going with queen takes, but the drawback to this is that Wesley is able to grab the pawn. So unfortunately, Wesley has managed to nab a second pawn. But Hikaru still has good practical chances, because he's got that 3 pawns. And if the one on b2 falls, then it's 2 connected pass pawns. So I think that's what Hikaru is banking on.
I mean, also the knight on d6, yes, it has won a pawn, but the knight doesn't look too happy there. It only has one retreating square, that is e4. So if I picture a move like at some point, let's say queen d4, suddenly the white knight gets trapped behind enemy lines. So I think this is still very much a tree result game. And I think time is going to play a huge role here. Hikaru currently down a bit on the clock, but if he can keep his nerve, he can definitely create chances here.
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree. You know, yeah, I couldn't have put it any better. I mean, the knight on d6 is a little bit stuck. It's a three result game for sure. Wesley's coordination isn't the best. His piece coordination is not the best. Um, so a lot of practical chances. But at the same time, it seems queen
I'm
d4 is a mistake.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this gets a miss. It was the move that had immediately sprung to my mind, not just
Yeah.
because the knight gets trapped on d6, but also f4 is now under attack. So I'm not sure why the computer doesn't like this um, for black. And
Yeah, I mean, it seems that the computer doesn't like it for a kind of very hidden reason. If you take this pawn, there's 92. So we might see this. There's 92 ideas, and maybe swapping off a lot of pieces, and getting just a better, white, in spite of losing the f4 pawn, is still up a pawn. So white
Mhm.
could have a strategy where he just gives up his 2 pawn advantage, but gets better placed pieces and maybe a safer king. So I think that's maybe what's running through the or the reason for the evaluation, the harsh evaluation from the computer.
I wonder how easy to spot 92 is. Wesley, I have to give it to him. He looks quite calm. Um, he does not play 92, instead goes for rook e1 and knight d3. Oof, this is still so messy.
Yeah, this is crunch time because um, there is a way here for Wesley to land Hikaru in trouble, to play rook e4. Not an easy move at all. The point is, you can't take with the bishop here because of this pin. And after you go rook e4, the queen is forced back. And then knight f5, using again more tactics to get a bunch of pieces off the board. If Wesley finds this sequence, rook e4 and knight f5, it becomes extremely difficult for Hikaru to generate play. It becomes really easy for a lot of pieces to be traded off and go into a risk-free endgame for Wesley. But the big question is Wesley going to find this with 2 minutes on the clock?
Yeah, 2 minutes for Wesley, who looks really surprisingly calm. I think even okay. Oh, yeah, rookie three wasn't it. He does find rookie four. I got excited for a second. Will he find knight f5 as well? I think knight f5 is quite an important move for Wesley. Guys, this is the time to send that flower power. Hikaru in a tough situation right now, but here Wesley is under 2 minutes. Here, there's everything left to play for still. We need ideally Wesley to not find knight f5. Even if he does, I think the position, yes, it's not great, but is it so hopeless? Can Hikaru not still use his pawn majority on the queen side?
Um, yeah, he can in theory, but the problem is he's going to be balancing, let's say after something like bishop takes f5, rook takes, you know, um, you can't really play rook takes because after queen takes, let's say you got that position, white's queen would be here. There'd be a bunch of pieces off the board, and black's queen and king would be stacked here on the g file. And suddenly rook g4, your king is basically naked. Once this bishop leaves the board for the night, that king has no protection along either the g file or the h file. And this is really Hikaru's problem here. He knows, I guess he's using the last big burst of his clock time because he knows that this is a really difficult and important decision. If he exchanges, that is what he's doing. He's managed to exchange everything, but now there's less material. But maybe this is what the position you had in mind, Fiona, to play this endgame and go for that pawn majority here on the queen side. Try and run the B and the C pawns up the board.
Yeah, and okay, I see that Wesley trading on f8 was not the best according to the engine. And now I think Hikaru needs to get those pawns moving as quickly as possible because yes, he has a pawn majority on the queen side, but Wesley also has a dangerous passed pawn on d5. So
Yeah.
I'm happy to see c4 played quickly, but
Sorry, just to cut across, one of the big problems that Hikaru faces is basically, there is tricks like knight g5 and knight f7 check, or there was d6 and knight d6 and knight f7, and there is these actual. It's hard to show here without. I don't want to disrupt the play here too much by analyzing, but basically, if White could put the knight on f7, that would be checkmate. And this is, I think, why Hikaru is moving the rook and chasing down the pawn. And now the problem that Hikaru has is he still can't take this pawn because of rook g8. So it's unfortunate for Hikaru that the way you give checkmate with a rook and a knight against the king, if you only have a rook and a knight left.
Alex, things are happening.
Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like I think we were very lucky to see Wesley play knight f6, knight g5, I think was lights out. But suddenly things are not so clear anymore because knight g6 is a huge move for Hikaru because now there are no longer checkmating threats on g8, which means that he was attacking the pawn on d6. Yes, the computer still thinks white is fine, but the fact that Hikaru got his king out, I think he's still in this game. Wesley's down to only 40 seconds. So as long as he can keep those pawns alive on the queen side, yes, the position is not good, but there is hope to create something here.
Yeah, Fiona, I'm no longer going to express any opinion that runs counter to your own because I think you've been right. You've been right basically every time here in terms of seeing those chances for Hikaru in advance. You saw the chances with those queenside pawns, and it's true. I mean, just a few moves ago, Hikaru was back in business. Now the computer.
Problem is that a second ago I said if he can hold on to those kingside, queenside pawns, I'm surprised that Wesley didn't take the pawn on a6 actually, because a6 was the base of the pawn chain.
I think maybe, yeah, maybe Wesley missed some. Maybe he was just worried to lose his pawn on d6 here, and so he just.
Okay, knight d3 is in the air now. If we can win the pawn on b2. Then I really believe we can create something. So maybe knight d3 here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm back to being a little bit cynical here because what can we do against rook takes and then just rook b6? That's a nasty plan from Wesley.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Hikaru, we can tell from his body language that I don't think he feels too hopeful right now that he can still turn this one around. I mean, also, I have to say, someone said in chat earlier, it is true. I mean, this game is not over yet, but Wesley has played those two games incredibly well, and there is a double threat now, a big threat of a fork on f7. b5 is going to fall, and yeah, unfortunately, I don't think there is much hope left here.
Yeah, there's not much anybody can do against Wesley when Wesley is in peak form. I mean, peak form Wesley is an absolute nightmare to deal with.
Yeah, the game ended in a draw. I don't know if Hikaru offered in the end. It doesn't matter, of course. The match has been won by Wesley. So a tough start for Hikaru. But this is only the beginning. It's match 1 of 7 matches of the round robin. Let me see, Alex, if there's still no. All the games have ended, and we are going to get only one. We are only going to get one. No, sorry. No, we are going to get, sorry, one Armageddon tiebreak in the match between MVL and Caruana, which has ended 1-1. Magnus Carlsen won his match against Lazovic 1.5-half. Ali Reza won his match against Nordibek 1.5-half as well. And Wesley, as we saw, won his match 1.5-half. So I don't know if we're going to just see. I expect we'll cover the Armageddon game of Fabi against MVL. Maybe until it starts. Maybe you can take a quick look. Let me scan what was exciting. Maybe we can take a look at how MVL struck back in game 2. Against Fabi, so MVL, who was in a must-win situation. MVL, who was in a must-win situation, sorry. No, okay.
Fabi was in the must-win situation, correct?
I'm so confused. I mean, I am seeing this game as game 2, so I don't know. Let me see. Let me just try and figure out what was happening here.
I think it's Fabi with the white pieces was game 2, right?
Yes. Yep, you're right. So Fabi was actually the one, as you mentioned, in a must-win situation. So let's see how did he achieve the desired result. And Alex, you have 3 minutes to run us through this game because the Armageddon begins in 4 minutes from now.
Sure. Let's see how many moves the game was. Just okay, so it was 55. So we'll see. It started with a Grunfeld, and Fabi goes for F3 when you're trying to win. The F3 Grunfeld setup makes sense. You keep a lot of the pieces on the board, all of the minor pieces, and you build up this big pawn center. So, Fabi had this big advantage over Hikaru in the sense they were both in the same must-win situation, but Fabi had the white pieces, and he was able to get the game into, a very, very sharp line of the Grunfeld. So here, all of this is still theory. Black wins a pawn, but white has some big attacks. And Fabi, I don't know if there's any player in the world who has, a stronger repertoire against the Grunfeld than Fabi, because Fabi plays the Grunfeld himself. But MVL, he, a longtime Grunfeld player, one of the sort of biggest specialists. And so probably they're still in theory right here, but suddenly something goes a little bit wrong. Bishop d3, queen e7, and it starts to get chaotic. There's a lot of mistakes made from both sides, and white somewhere missed a chance there to put the squeeze on, but somehow there must be some other moment where white finally carves out an advantage. For now, it looks everything is going MVL's way. It's just an endgame. The pawn on d6 looks a little bit dangerous, but it's also isolated. It's also a bit weak, and black has nice control. So everything is looking great here for MVL. Bishop, let's get to the moment where things go wrong. King f5, rook takes b6, rook takes e7. You get this endgame, and suddenly out of nowhere, Fabi snatched the pawn, and he wound up with 2 against 1 on the queen side. And maybe I'm rushing because I don't know when that timer is going to go. Rook e6 check, rook takes e8. This speed commentary is tough business. Yeah, so basically Fabi just tricked him somewhere. He wound up a rook and pawn endgame, 2 pawns to the good. MVL had actually held his own for most of the game, but then once the first pawn fell, the second one just seemed to drop straight away after it. And at that point, it was easy work for Fabiano. But yeah, up until here, where we were on move 30, 32, it seems like the position was a draw. The computer says this is the way to hold the draw. King f7, walking into this pin. MVL didn't do that and quickly got into trouble. But that's a hard move to play for a human.
For sure. So we are now going to see the Armageddon. If you just click the Games tab on the right-hand side there, next to Analysis, then yeah. So the game should be up. It's at the very top.
This is, perfect.
So we are going to find out the way the Armageddon works. And this game is also, I think, interesting for Hikaru. A lot of you have asked, who is Hikaru playing next? When is Hikaru interview? Hikaru interview is not for another few hours, because in 45 minutes from now, Hikaru will actually be playing Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So first of all, Maxime is going to be more tired. He's going to get a shorter break. And also, depending on how this game goes, I don't think the timer is adjusted here, because there should have been bidding for the times. I don't know what's going on. Why?
Yeah, why are we?
Can you go to moves, please? What
Sorry?
is this? Like a hyperbolic game? Can you go
I
to
mean,
moves? Can you go to the
both
moves?
players, they're on their next level, right? I mean,
can you go to the moves tab, please?
Moves tab. They've both played. I have zero idea what's an MVL and MVL wins. It's
I have
as simple
no
as
idea
that.
what that was.
Yeah,
I think it was a glitch in the matrix. I guess the players haven't started yet. There is a bidding going on, because the way the Armageddon works, the players get 15 minutes to start with, and then they bid for the right to pick a color. So the player who bids the lowest can choose a color. Black goes through with a draw. Are we
I
starting
like,
afresh?
Fiona, how you say like glitch in the matrix. Are we going round 2 of the glitch here?
I have no idea what's going
I think
on.
we're going round 2.
Is it the same game that we just saw?
Pretty sure, yeah. Yeah. Some bishop d6, bishop takes g3 now at some point, and chop this. No.
Okay, meanwhile, we get
wait, is it the same or is it not?
We get a result for the times bidding. MVL bid 10 minutes 32 and Fabi bid 9 minutes 52. So Fabi is gonna play with 9 minutes 52 and gets black. So what do you think, Alex? Starting with a 5-minute deficit this time, there is no increment up until move 61, where the players start getting a 1-second increment. What do you make of their bids?
And I just remember that bid where Magnus did it against Hikaru. I'm sure a lot of the people in the chat will remember, and yourself. And Magnus won the bid by 1 second.
Yeah.
And then Magnus said something about how he got the soul read on Hikaru. That's like, for some reason, that's, one of the craziest moments in bidding wars that I've seen. Otherwise, honestly, Fiona,
oh my God, what's happening again? I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, no, what I was going to say, Fiona, is that I'm actually, I don't want to.
Okay, the game has actually started. Let's just refresh this window.
The game has started, okay.
Can you, just reload or just refresh the page?
Yeah, so I'll refresh the entire browser page there. Hopefully that works. No.
Can you click the link in the disc?
Hold on a second. Okay.
Okay, no, apparently we just have to stick around here. I think we have the right link.
Okay.
But nothing is working.
But Fiona, are you not enjoying that beautifully played Queen's Gambit declined from the white side?
Here we go again.
We're learning something,
I can't do it anymore.
Yeah, but look at this clean pawn advance here. White plays now demonstrating perfect Carlsbad structure play. Black goes for the wrong break. Suddenly there's a big attack, sacrifice, knight f7, rook g3 check. Black is forced to give up the queen, but no, you don't take the bishop, you go for the checkmate. I think it's beautiful, Fiona. I
I
mean,
actually wonder if it is the first game from their match. Let me see. That was game one of this match.
oh,
This is how
really?
MVL beat Fabian game one.
Oh, wow. Well, it's a beautiful win
Yeah.
from MVL. I actually thought it was,
Well, we'll
it,
see it again because it's so beautiful.
yeah. I don't know
Okay, the
what's going
players
on.
are playing. The viewers now at least see the camera feed. I think we're
Oh, my
struggling a little bit
goodness.
to get the board, but what is going on? There is
Okay.
a pawn on h4. Can you make out from the camera what this is? Maybe.
Um, hold on a second. Uh,
So we see that MVL still has 13.5 minutes, 9 minutes 20 for Fabi. I'm trying to understand what this opening was because MVL
yeah,
has somehow played h4, rook h3, and rook a3.
it's so difficult to see this board sideways, right?
But what line is
And
this where
I'm,
the
let
rook
me see.
swings to a3?
I don't have um rook is on a3, queen is on b4. Maybe I
What
can
are they
construct.
playing chess 960 or what's going on here?
Yeah, let me see if I can somehow construct the position. Surely I can't see it there.
Yeah, I think surely they will fix the. I
Yeah.
think we should
Uh,
just watch the camera for now until we get the game. So
yeah.
there is a
Plus,
check.
even if somehow I constructed the position, I mean, what am I like? What are we going to talk about, right? I mean, if we can't see it, I think we're all in the same boat, right? Like nobody can see exactly what's going on. Um, White's king is on d1. I love as well that when the replay stream, the broadcast stream dies, is the day that they decide to play the weirdest opening
I
ever.
know. I
Rook
mean,
on
I'm really
a3.
curious because MVL's king was still in the center and he somehow played h4, rook h3, rook a3. Fabi, meanwhile, has castled queenside. This looks like complete pandemonium. Is that a word?
Uh, yes, yes, it is a word, and it's a nice word actually.
I mean, it's total chaos. The king is on c2 right now, right?
Could this? I mean, yeah, the there's a pawn on a7, pawn on c7, pawn on c6. This, by the way, is a great example of how someone like
I think
Hikaru, the
there's a
level that,
bishop on b7, actually. It's not a pawn.
yeah, it's a bishop on b7, pawns on
Mm.
c6 and c7
Yeah.
and a7. But and there's a bishop on d6 and a queen on b4.
I mean, if you
Trying,
want, we can try to just um
I
set
am
up.
gonna, I'm gonna try to set it up. Mm,
Okay, so Fabi has centralized both his rooks. There's a rook on e8 that is currently attacking the queen on e2.
there's rooks on d8 and e8, pawns on f6, g7, h7, right?
Yeah.
And White's knight just went to f3.
Mm-hmm.
Is that correct? And then there's what is there on e2? Is that White's queen, right?
Queen, yeah.
And then White's king is on c2.
Yeah.
So okay, so what I'm seeing is two rooks, two bishops, and knight. White's bishop is on e3, knight on f3, pawns f2, g3, g2, h4, pawns on c4, a2, b2. Yeah, queen on e2, queen on b4, rook on a3, rook on a1. And then for black just put the pawn on c5.
Mm-hmm. And rook
And then
d1
there's
played.
queen on b4, two rooks on e8, and yeah, pawns there, bishop on d6, and black king is on c8. I think I have the position. Do you know whose move it is right now? It's yeah,
Black,
it's
black
Fabi's.
to move. Yeah.
I think I have the position. Uh, so do you want me to set that up on chess.com
Yeah.
or
Where do you have the
Do you
position?
want me? I can share the fen string as well
Yeah,
if
just go
that's
to
easy.
analysis,
Yeah.
chess.com/analysis.
Okay. I'll just copy the fen. Okay. Hopefully this works. And
And thank you, that rabbit, for the sub. So no, just in the tab, just go, yeah,
where is
just
it?
go to
It's in
analysis, chess.com
learn.
slash
Yeah.
analysis, and
Okay.
then
And setup.
yeah.
I have, contrary to what it looks like, I have actually used this feature before. I know it looks
Well,
like
people can see what you're doing anyway, so
ah, okay.
just
Okay. Okay. So
okay. I think we
fantastic.
have it, yeah.
We
But we missed a couple of moves. What happened? We also need to see the camera because I forgot what happened from
yes.
here.
Yeah, we need to hide the board so that
Mhm.
we can see the or put it
Okay,
elsewhere. Okay.
perfect. So after
Perfect.
Rook D1 was the first move. So Rook D1 was played here.
Rook D1 here. Okay.
Yeah.
No, but it was black to play when we left it. So what could black have played? Queen is on
Rook
still on B4,
D4,
rook E4, it looks like.
Rook
And
E4,
then
Rook
white went
D1.
rook D1. And now it's Fabi to play. Could it be like this?
I think so.
Okay. Fantastic. That
Okay.
was straightforward, Fiona. We nailed that process.
And now let's assess the current position.
Yeah, but it looks like Fabi actually has maybe some chances here with what is going on. What is going on with this pressure here against maybe put the pressure here on this pawn on c4, and we see there the evaluation bar. We're back to the old school bar, Fiona.
Yeah, we are. Actually, is it? Wait, is this MVL to move? That's bad news. Because that means we missed.
White played rook c3, right?
Yeah, but we just made rook d1.
Yeah. So it was. Oh. Yes, you are correct.
Can you somehow just make a triangulation and pass the move to
Is
white?
there definitely no other move here?
I
Like
don't think.
nothing else is different?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So okay.
Fiona looks like she's watching TeamGM. I have two screens here.
So it's whose move is it? It's
Well, MVL just played rook c3.
okay, so it's this position here, queen b4 with MVL to play.
No, which rook c3 was just played. We need
Okay,
to pass the move.
I'm really silly. Okay, so it was like this. Oh,
Okay.
now I'm mouse live. It's rook c3. Okay, like this.
Okay, I
Perfect.
think we have it now. Simple
It would
as.
be so funny, Fiona, if right now the mainstream actually the technical issues get
The game is
get
actually
fixed.
up. Let's just click the link in the.
Are you
You
serious?
did well, Alex, but the game is up. Let's go there.
Oh no.
Can you just click the link, maybe?
Yeah, sorry. My goodness. Okay.
Let's not remove this, your hard work, in case.
Oh, well, now I
Oh,
already.
too late. Okay. Okay, so we are back. Apologies,
So,
this was a bit crazy, but we are in the live game now. So what is actually going on? Alex, can we just take 30 seconds to go to the opening and see what happened?
sure. Will we be doing it on this board or on the analysis board?
On this board, yeah.
Okay. So, it was a scotch,
But super
funnily enough.
quick because I think the game is going crazy.
Okay.
Ah,
So
it's
it was
that
just a
line.
scotch, but with this
Ah,
h4,
yeah.
this modern h4 line with rook a3. And funnily enough, we should have known it was a scotch.
We did a course on the Scotch, but we did not recommend this line, so we can be
No.
excused. It did not go well. I mean, this is really impressive stuff by Fabi. To me, it looks like it could be some very, very impressive prep by
I
Fabi.
think it's exactly that. This H4
Mm.
line is really topical. Everybody's everybody's been playing it, and Fabi, you know, nobody does anybody beat Fabi in the opening phase, right? Consistently. He seems to always be producing so many great ideas.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we see that the original evaluation bar has dropped significantly. I mean, the White King just looks in a world of pain. What's the material? Black is even up a pawn.
Yeah. Black's
I
up a
mean, I
pawn
really
and
would
the
like to, yeah, c4 to open up the bishop from d6 looks very tempting.
yeah, and those I mean there's this x-ray against the sorry, there's this x-ray here against the queen and the rook. So at the right moment, if this bishop moves, let's say maybe it goes to e5, then there would be a lot of attacks. But wait, this somehow this can't be that this
No,
can't
I
have been
think
played. I mean, it it's not a
no, I
surely
think
not.
why not? I think the bar was just because the line the bar gave as
No,
winning
but
for white. Huh?
so you think the bar was going crazy?
Well, just show we can analyze for 1 second. What was the winning move for white?
Well, I think rook c to c1, and this knight is in some trouble.
Oh,
You know,
oh
I
my
think if
goodness.
white
Yeah.
just goes rook c1, I'm not sure because the queen is hit. Um,
Oh, wow. Big
yeah,
missed opportunity for MVL, who maybe too quickly played bishop d3 here. But now the game is back to not being clear at all. I mean, this game really had it all, like
yeah.
the glitch
Except
in the
the
matrix to start with. And
yeah.
now this, I mean, what is going on here? So what should MVL do now? Why is he back in the game?
Um, well,
He
I'm not
looks
sure
very
that
scary.
I'm not
Hmm.
sure MBL is back in the game fully. I think if you're Fabiano, you probably don't realize that you just narrowly escaped death. So Fabiano, he's probably quite happy here. You know, he can see that MVL can win this pawn, but still, you know, black is up a pawn right now. So losing this one on h7 is maybe not such a big deal. And maybe what Fabiano will do is just a simple move, get the king to safety out of any light squares, you know, no checks here, nothing like that. Um, and then at some point, look for c4 and continue the attack. I can tell you one thing. I mean, I've seen a lot of Fabiano's games over the years, and he seems to thrive in these types of positions. You know what I mean, Fiona? Like these
I do know
positions
what
where,
you mean, but
yeah,
I also think they are right up MVL's alley as well. MVL, who is known for being, we talked about Fabi's expertise in the opening stages. MVL is known for being one of the best calculators. He's great at tactics, sharp positions. So actually, I think it is a position away that will suit both players. I think one important factor is that Fabi is still down 3 minutes on the clock. And remember, he doesn't get increment until move 61. And even when he does, it's only 1 second. We're only on move 25 here. So we're still 35 moves, 35 moves away from the increment kicking in. Playing 35 moves with 3 minutes on the clock in this position, it's not an easy task.
speak for yourself, Fiona, you know? Yeah, no, I agree fully. I mean, you're actually, yeah, um, you're right. Like Fabiano, many people regard him as maybe the best calculating chess player in the world at present, even ahead of Magnus. I'm not saying I agree with that, but many people seem to have that view of his raw calculation skills. But maybe the next guy who comes up the most in conversation, or just as much as Fabiano when it comes to pure calculation, I would say it's Nepomniachtchi, and MVL. These three
Yeah.
guys, their names always come up. So yeah, I agree. It's anybody's game.
And meanwhile,
Um,
things are really happening because after that move by Fabi knight b5, he was opening up that a3 square. MVL has given up the exchange. He's taken on c5 with the rook. And now he has to decide where to go with the king. There's not too many options. B1,
well,
A1, C2. C2, not A2 would be
I
hanging,
mean,
so A1 or B2.
yeah, you have to feel like King B1 makes the most sense because if you go to A1, there might be tricks like Rook takes B3. And there might also be ideas of Bishop E5 check if you at some point black just chops off this knight. So just intuitively, I would say King B1. You can't really go to C2 without losing this pawn. And then the big question is, if I go King B1, what if black just uncorks this Rook takes E3 madness? I mean, what happens there? It gets really crazy.
Oh,
He doesn't do
wow.
that.
Fabi has found it. Yeah, because the draw is
Uh,
enough for Fabi.
yeah,
And
he's found the forced draw.
he is forcing a draw here.
Yeah, because for MVL, I think he's out of luck here because if you go Queen B2, it's this. The only question is what happens after King C1? Where is the draw that Fabi has found? Maybe after King C1, Fabi wants Rook takes E3. And then the point is, after pawn takes, I have Queen A3 check. Or he gives the check first. I guess it doesn't make a huge difference. I thought, or maybe it does make a big difference. I thought first it was going to be Rook takes E3. But Fabi's idea is not to force he wasn't able to force the perpetual. MVL avoided it, but at what cost? Fabi has an extra pawn and it looks like it's a clean extra pawn.
Yeah, this one, Fabi will be very happy. He had a crushing advantage, but it doesn't matter at this stage of the competition whether you win in style or just make a draw. Both get you the desired result of a match win. But MVL is going to fight here. Yes, he's down a pawn, but he's still up some time on the clock. The question is, can he make something happen again with that pawn majority on the king side? Okay, he's going for a trade here of the light squared bishops. I think he
Yeah,
wanted to get into the 7th rank, into D7 with the rook, but this is clever. Fabi's last move, rook e4 denying that possibility.
yeah.
What do you think? Any chances to swindle here for white?
I think some, but I think it's a lot less than Hikaru's winning chances uh, in in um, in his must-win situation. I think the problem here is that Black is not only up a pawn, but in this case, there's no issues with king safety. There's no issues with really anything apart from one risk, which is can White win this pawn and then run the H pawn all the way to promotion? That would be the only way that White can engineer something, to my mind. But it just seems really like a fantasy because Black can maybe even play Rook G4 or play Rook E7. And how are you going to get at this pawn if you try something like to hop around with the knight? Black is going to sorry, let me put a different color. Black is going to put their knight on D4 and cover this square. So how are you going to break down this defensive structure? This pawn right here on H5 is um, White's only real chance. But you know, Black's got an arguably even better pawn. And
Yeah,
now
I
he's
don't.
after picking up a second one. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't think MVL also times eye evening up. I feel that also we're on move 41. Fabi should have this one in the bag. What's interesting, I mentioned earlier that the players get a 1 second increment starting from move 61. Originally in the regulations, it was going to be a 2 second increment, but the players themselves actually voted yesterday at the players meeting to make it a 1 second increment. So interesting that the players decided to make it shorter. I'm sure we'll see plenty of Armageddon tiebreakers throughout the coming week. So we will find out who the shortened increment favors. Meanwhile, MVL trying to go after that dangerous a4 passer, but Fabi just has too many of these pass pawn guys.
Yeah, and that's it. I think the bishop is lost because the only thing saving the bishop was this pin. But the only way to keep the pin alive is to play this move, and now Black would just go King C6 and double attack. So MVL resigned. I mean, a brilliant win from Fabiano as far as we could tell, right? I mean, it just looked like a really instructive game against the Scotch.
Absolutely. Very impressive stuff. And I think for Hikaru, it's also good news that MVL had a long match and a match that didn't go his way. And they're now in the same situation, starting with both started with a loss. I think they will be playing their next matches 20 minutes from now. So we are going to go on a short break now, but don't go anywhere. Hikaru still has a full match, so at least 2 games coming up against MVL 20 minutes from now. So we'll see you very soon.
See you soon.
Hello and welcome back. If you're just tuning in now, this is the finals of the Champions Chess Tour 2023 season. Unfortunately, it was not the start we were hoping for Hikaru, who lost his first match against Wesley So, but still 6 matches to come, including right now. The players will start in a minute. I think we see on camera Ali Reza there in the top right corner, ready for his game. He also lost the first match. And Alex, what are your thoughts on this upcoming match, Hikaru against MVL?
Well, I mean, I had a question for you, and that is, do you think that it's good news for Hikaru that MVL lost his match in this? I mean, what are your thoughts there in terms of that dynamic?
I think the good news is that Hikaru got more of a break. I'm sure he was quite frustrated with how this match went, his match went against Wesley. Vial didn't get that luxury. He played a very long, very intense battle against Fabiano. So that should work, I think, in Hikaru's favor. But of course, these two players, like most of the players in the field, as we just see MVL arrive at the board there, they have played each other so many times before. Hikaru is starting with white once again. I think he had actually, I thought about this during the break. I think he had mentioned in these matches he prefers starting with black, and it makes sense because starting with white puts that pressure on you that if things go wrong, it's very tough to strike back. So I don't know what to expect of this. Will Hikaru, go all out for the win? Will both players play a bit more cautiously after losing the first match? We'll have to see what happens. Remember, this is a very long round robin stage with 7 matches. If you come in the top 2, which is what we hope Hikaru will do, and he can still do that even if he lost the first match, the top 2 players will go straight to the semifinals. The bottom 2 players will be out, they'll be going home, and the 4 players in the middle, they will be battling it out to join the semifinals. So yeah, I am still very optimistic about Hikaru's chances. I think the format of only 2 games actually introduces more variance into the whole thing. Hikaru for sure was one of the tournament favorites, I would say, alongside Magnus. But yeah, I'm still feeling optimistic about his chances, and I think this is a huge game here coming up right now with Hikaru with the white pieces, as we see the 2 Frenchmen there on screen with the black pieces, both looking fairly relaxed before their games.
Yeah, and it is interesting to see that Hikaru is starting again with the white pieces, because that's Hikaru starting both of the mini matches with the white pieces, both of today's mini matches with the white pieces, which is considered by most a disadvantage. And MVL on the other end, he's actually started with the black
I
pieces both times,
I
which
think the higher weighted players always start with white, if I remember the regulations correctly, which is interesting. It means Magnus, I guess, will start all his matches with white. I expected maybe there would be some kind of drawing to decide colors, but it is what it is. It is what it is. I also don't know which rating they use. Is it um, FIDE rapid rating? Is it some kind of tour ratings? I'm not sure. Maybe someone in the chat or one of our mods can enlighten us. But it looks like the players are arriving. Hikaru opened game 1 against Wesley with 1d4. What do you think it will be this time around?
So let's see. I mean, MVL against e4, historically, he's played the Najdorf a lot, which gives white good chances to get a really tactical, aggressive game. So it is possible that Hikaru decides to grab the bull by the horns and go for possibly at least invite a Sicilian defense on the board. But on the other hand, it may be even more tempting to play d4. I think if I had to guess, and I'm pretty sure I'm on 0 out of about 5 guesses. So take that for what it's worth. But if I had to guess, I might suggest I might guess that Hikaru will go D4, with the idea being that MVL, he plays the Grunfeld, and we actually just saw what happened in the last in that must-win situation for Fabi. MVL played the Grunfeld, and Fabi got a really sharp position and was able to win. So I think Hikaru is going to come back with this "I want to win with the white pieces" attitude that he had against Wesley So, and I think MVL, he's just as good of a player as Wesley So, but he tends to win more and lose more, and that plays into Hikaru's hands.
I would agree with that sentiment for sure. We see Hikaru has arrived at the board as well. It's hard to read much into his demeanor right now. He looks calm and collected. And you called it, Alex. Well done on getting your first prediction in. 1d4. But and another Trompovsky. So Hikaru sticking to his guns.
Yeah, yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, I thought it was a kind of just one and done element of surprise. Uh, Maybe it is. Maybe he just feels MVL doesn't have time to prepare this because we didn't have a long enough break. So he's deciding to go for the Trompovsky a second time, and maybe that'll be the last time that we see the Trompovsky in this event. That is possible, but they're getting a relatively similar position to what happened in the game with Wesley. But in that game, Wesley actually he found a very nice path to a good position, to an equal position, but he developed his knight not to c6 but to d7. So this time around, that is the key difference. Black has stepped the knight onto c6 instead, and this actually opens the door that, let's say that Black pushes this pawn, maybe White can consider to play a move like b4 and try to hang on to the pawn. Although it does look like if you do that, there is a dangerous pawn break. But that's exactly what Hikaru has gone for. B4, a5. Hikaru's up a pawn for now, and I guess he's banking on being able to push the pawn on, striking at the knight. And MVL is okay with that because once he moves the knight, he's hoping to pick up the pawn. So already a huge kind of aggressive fight very early on. He goes a different direction. He goes knight d2. Sorry. Yeah,
I
please.
was gonna say, I think the good news for this is, I think there is a very good chance Hikaru will have looked exactly at this line, while for MVL, as you mentioned, he played until just 20 minutes before this match. I don't think he will have had time to, maybe he gave some thought to, okay, I see Hikaru played the Trompovsky, what am I gonna do? But there will have been no time for an in-depth look. So from that side of things, I think this favors Hikaru, and I agree with you that we might not see the Trompovsky again for the remainder of this event, but I think the surprise element was certainly there to some extent, even in this game. We see also that Hikaru has pretty much blitzed out all his moves, and VL blocks the check with the bishop. The
Yeah, but
bishop,
this is
yeah.
sorry to cut across that. This may have maybe falling into Hikaru's prep because he's blitzing out all these moves and he's kind of putting that Hikaru face, like, are you sure you know what you're doing, MBL? I don't know. I mean, you probably have better reads on this, but what do you think? What do you make of Hikaru's body language here? Do you feel like he's gotten exactly what he wants?
I think so, yes. Like this look of like slightly suspicious. The fact he's getting up from the board as well.
Yeah.
Um, we also see from the evaluation bar that it is already well, actually no, that's funny. The on screen, I just realized on the stream it says that that engine that we're using on stream is preferring black, but the ones that we are using prefers white. So a
Yeah.
little bit of a battle of the evaluation bars there. But I like this for white, even if it's not for any objective reasons. I think Hikaru got his prep. He's still blitzing out. I really, really like it from that perspective. Now let's delve into the position because there is a lot to uncork here. Hikaru has those doubled isolated c-pawns, but MVL's king is out on e7. Alex, how do you even begin to assess this position?
For me, I think when you compare it to, let's say, Wesley So's position, Wesley had this pawn here that is in MVL's case on e5. He had it on e6. And that changes everything because when you have the pawn on e5, suddenly you've got this very weak square that Hikaru for sure wants to make use of. And again, we see black played queen c7. And if I'm not mistaken, it feels like Hikaru just snapped off queen a2 in an instant. If I was MVL right now, I mean, I would be 100% convinced that I'm not surviving the next 10 moves, right? But I'm not MVL, so that changes a lot, right? I'm sure MVL is more optimistic, but I think I mean, look at this king, look at the bishop. We talked about in Wesley's game how there might be an attack on the king's side. There's zero attack here. The knight is going to move to f5. Maybe c4 pawn break is going to break up what looks like a strong pawn center. The computer, you can see that the health bar has now shot up in Hikaru's direction, 0.79. That means the computer thinks that Hikaru is almost a pawn to the good when he isn't. The material is level, and that
He's
almost
down
a
a
pawn.
pawn, actually.
That is correct, Fiona. So even
more reason to be happy.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, first of all, it's always nice. I mean, to be able to count. So that's
I didn't.
always
To be fair, I
encouraging.
didn't count. I just saw it said +1 next to MVL's face.
Ah. Yeah, no, I mean, I completely forgot about that point. But 100%, I mean, that makes Hikaru's position all that more convincing. To be down a pawn, and yet the computer feels is kind of saying to you that it's as if you're up a pawn.
I think there are two major problems here with Black's position. One is there is a big gaping hole on f5. I wonder if Hikaru is going to play knight g3 either right now or very soon in the future to try and get to that square. And I think the other problem is the pawn on b7 is going to become a target. I'm sure the rook from f1 is at some point very soon gonna go over to b1 to target that pawn. And the bishop on g7. Remember the first game against Wesley, I was concerned about that monster bishop throughout the game. The bishop on g7 this time around looks a lot less threatening. Hikaru has gone into the tank for the first time this game. I mentioned knight g3 and rook b1. Are there any other moves that make sense to you?
No, I mean maybe c4, but in general I agree with you. I think knight g3 is the move that's first comes to mind, and then rook b1. Yeah, I mean I agree. Yeah, those are the two moves that would enter my mind as well. Now, if Hikaru is considering something else, I would expect maybe c4 as the third option, but they're the only ones that I see. Knight g3, though, I know it looks kind of obvious, right? It looks as though you might think, oh, MVL must have something prepared against that, but it's so tempting, and I would be surprised if Hikaru doesn't go for that move.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see what Hikaru is going to do because I feel if it was a bullet game, he would have already played knight g3. But then again, I say that I think Hikaru has looked probably not at this exact position, but something similar at least. So if he
there, sorry to cut across. I mean, just to say that I actually don't think that he would have looked at something like this, and the reason why is because, and I mean, maybe Hikaru can share some information about his thought process later on, but I think the reason he won't have looked at it is because he will consider it too good for white in his analysis. He'll be looking at other options. So I think maybe that's why he's gone a little bit into the tank, because I just think he's probably stopped his analysis a lot earlier, just figuring black should never go for this.
Yeah, and I mean the evaluation bar certainly seems to agree with that assessment. That is, of course, something we talk about so often when we talk about preparation, that sometimes when the player who is better prepared, I think in this case, Hikaru, when they start thinking, it's for the opponent both good news and bad news. They're happy to see their opponents start thinking, but they also know that it means that they haven't played the best moves, and the knight has now made its way
Yeah.
to
And just to
G3.
say, just to jump in, there is a nasty little tactical thread here. Hikaru wants knight f5 check, and king f8 is the only way to defend the bishop. And there, maybe the chat can see there's a crushing move for Hikaru.
Yeah, let's
If
pass it
Hikaru,
over to the chat. This is a very cute little tactic. So if it were white to play, what would be the move after knight f5, king f8? Let's give chat. Yes, well done. Oh, I see Laws Cooper is here in the chat with us. Good evening, Laws. And
good evening.
Resnikon got it almost at the same time. Queen takes a6 is very nice there, utilizing the pin along the b file. If black, actually, let's bring up the analysis board for just 1 second to show that very nice line. And well done to everyone in the chat who spotted queen a6. We'll just wait, and there we go. So let's just show that. Let's just make a pass move.
Knight f5. Now, any other move loses the bishop. And now this beautiful idea, queen takes a6. Now, you can't throw in some in-between move because there's queen d6 check here, picking up the rook. And if you play pawn takes queen, then rook takes rook is checkmate. Queen c8 first and then checkmate. So both players are surely aware of this. But that is the big threat. And yeah, indeed, MVL has played bishop f8 in order to take the sting out of that threat. Also, the bishop just wasn't doing much behind its own pawns.
But one thing, one of the reasons as black, and we are back in the live position now, one of the reasons as black that I would be a little bit wary about playing bishop f8 is because it kind of cuts off the escape route of the king. I am shocked that the computer does not like knight f5, which looks like such a natural move.
Yeah.
What did the computer, out of curiosity, if we just go back
I think
one
it
move?
liked c4. It liked c4
Okay.
straight away. Maybe some subtle reason, subtle move order thing. I mean, I'm not seeing it either, Fiona, to be honest.
So
what the difference
after
is.
king e8, suddenly the engine is back to, it always cracks me up how the engine so often just says 0, 0, 0.
And
I wonder, I mean, okay, queen a4 is tempting, right? For me, Patsa sees a check, Patsa gives a check. If queen a4, I guess black will block the check. And I was wondering, can I then swing over to h4? Maybe we can just draw some arrows to show.
the problem with this approach, I mean, it looks fantastic, but then this pawn falls, and that's a nasty pawn to lose because the black queen hits every one of white's pieces there. Now there might be some craziness, and that might be exactly what Hikaru is
With
looking at.
queen
Maybe he's looking
f6.
at queen f6, and then if you take my knight, queen takes check.
And
King d7, though, unfortunately for Hikaru, this pesky knight defends the rook. So, I
if you're
think
able to follow this analysis at home with just the arrows, very well done, chat. Give yourselves a pat on the shoulder.
yeah,
But yeah,
we're actually, Fiona, I mean, we should confess, we're actually just drawing random arrows, just, there was this thing about, I think both Fabiano and Magnus commented on Kramnik, who has been, in the news for quite some time now. They said that Kramnik, I think it was Magnus who said, yeah, Kramnik shows all these lines and he tells them with extreme confidence. But I think Fabiano said the same thing. He tells them with extreme confidence. But then when you when you actually analyze the lines he suggests, you realize that it's all just one bluff after another. I think it was Fabiano who said it in his
Yeah.
podcast.
Yeah, I think I remember that. Meanwhile, C3 is a slightly mysterious move for me.
Yeah.
And MVL now dropping back the queen.
I
I
think
have
what
to confess, Alex, I'm struggling. Like it's such an unusual position, I find. I mean, the pawn structure is unusual. The black king in the center. I mean, everything is unusual about this, and so I'm struggling a little bit to come up with plans for both sides here.
yeah, I mean, I think that why Hikaru played c3 probably ties in with why this move knight f5 was considered a mistake by the computer, and that is that c4 here, instead of c3, to have played c4 directly makes a lot more sense to try and break down black's center and get at black's king. But maybe what Hikaru didn't like about that is knight b4, and suddenly the queen is hit, and black starts to coordinate their pieces. And so I think what Hikaru is doing with the move c3 is he's saying, I'm going to keep your knight away from the b4 square because I don't want you bringing that piece into the game, and I don't want you sort of smothering the pressure that I have along the b file. That would be my guess, but it may be something else.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I see a nice IQG is saying, can someone please explain why this position is so insane? I'm very new to chess, trying to learn. First of all, welcome. Um, I think it's not so much, maybe I said insane, but I think it's more, it's very unusual. It's not, it's so early in the game. We're only on move 22. Very often we see positions that we are familiar with, at least structures that we've seen before, piece placement that we've seen before. This is just, I think in this game we were in a new position probably quite early on. So I think it's just a position where the players have to think on their own much earlier on in the game, and that is reflected in the clock times. Hikaru down to 7.5 minutes, MVL 8.5, so they've used half of their time already. And this last move by MVL taking some ground on the queen side. So we see one of the ideas of MVL behind dropping the queen back to c6 was to defend the knight on a6 so that he could follow it up with this pawn push. And again, the big question for Hikaru, how do we continue? The knight on f5, Alex. I thought f5 was such a nice outpost for the knight, but suddenly the knight has landed there, and I realized there isn't too much for the knight to do there.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny, right? Because I've been without sort of getting into any detail, I've been working on some material on positional chess, and literally earlier this afternoon I was writing about this thing that happens in chess about outposts. So an outpost is a square. Well, in this case, it's not yet an outpost. It's a square that cannot be attacked by the enemy pawns, and that it can is, or at least in this case, can be defended by a friendly pawn. And so it's like a real stronghold. The knight looks fantastic, but there are many ways to fight against outposts, and one of them is to play around it. And that's exactly what MVL has been doing. If you notice, the bishop here kind of just takes the sting out of all of white's possible knight jumps. And I think that's what you're getting at, Fiona, which is the knight looks beautiful, but where do you go from there? How do you make further progress? And I think that's why Hikaru has gone into the tank and is a couple of minutes down on the clock.
Yeah, and he decides to change files with the rook going from one semi-open file to the other. The rook
Yeah.
now on d1, and we can see from d1 the rook is looking at the pawn on d5. Right now the knight on d2 is still in the way, but once that knight moves, the pawn on d5 will be under attack. So I think that is Hikaru's plan, to try and put pressure on that d5 pawn.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, he would like to play this move to crack open the D file, and that will paralyze the king, right? If you imagine that this file was open, that would rob these squares, and you see the knight robs the other one. So some checkmating possibilities would arise, but MVL is not interested in sort of playing by Hikaru's rules here, and he goes knight c5, which has two advantages I see. One is cover the e4 square, and another maybe direct the knight to a4, from where that pawn on c3 starts to get under some pressure.
Yeah, and we had another move, and Hikaru has decided it is time to reroute that knight from f5 back into defense, holding on to this all-important c3 pawn. MVL could take it, could take on c3, but then he would be hanging his d5 pawn, and then his king might be in some trouble. Yeah, again, a very double-edged position here. Not easy to come up with plans for both sides. I'm curious what MVL is going to do next. Could he maybe also play a move like rook d8 to try and strengthen his center? What do you think?
I think there's a lot of options for MVL. I mean, one of them might be to actually reroute. We spoke about this powerful square as an outpost. Maybe at some point, Black has his own very powerful square here on c4, an outpost. Maybe he will do that rerouting. But for now, MVL just developing the bishop. And I think, there's one thing has to be said, and that is that right now the pressure psychologically is on Hikaru, because not only does he have the white pieces, but he had, I think these players, even if Hikaru wasn't able to find the exact kill, I think both Hikaru and MVL would suspect that MVL's position was close to losing. And so now MVL feels like he's gone in a new lease on life, and that can be challenging, but yeah, we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, the pressure is on 5.5 minutes now for Hikaru. So MVL is making some quiet moves, but they're still useful moves. King f8 is getting the king out of dodge, putting it to a slightly safer part of the board, but also preparing to defend that pawn on h7, which is now under attack with
But
the king, if
this is a
necessary.
fascinating moment, because if MVL plays king g8, it may be the case that Hikaru wants to spring this trap on him and play c4, profiting
Ah.
from this x-ray. We call it an x-ray when the pawn stands in the way of this rook. If the pawn goes, whoever's turn it is to move wins material. So that could be a really interesting trap from Hikaru, and I think MVL spots it. I think MVL's idea was, let me go here, keep everything solid, maybe slot the bishop back to f8. My king is safe. But Hikaru, I think Hikaru he spotted MVL's plan ahead of time, and he set up a little trap here to blast open the position in the center.
Okay, MVL goes king g8 after some thinking time, and the question becomes, what happens now if c4?
Yeah, I mean, perhaps it simply doesn't work. I thought that was the idea, but whether or not that's Hikaru's idea, we're about to find out. I like the move though. Do you see any
The problem is
problem
I'm
with it?
struggling to come up also with another active move.
Yeah,
Unless he's gonna go maybe queen f5 or something like that, trying to slot the queen over to the king
yeah.
side.
I mean, it could be that he just says, okay, my knight has to defend this pawn. I want to keep things steady on the, because Hikaru may be worried that if he goes something like c4, Black will go b4. That might be
Mhm.
the scary thing. And suddenly Black has this strong pass pawn. So if Hikaru decides that's too strong, maybe what he'll do is he'll move the other knight over to g3. And this
And go
funny
back.
circle of life, right? He goes first, he goes forward with this one, and then he sort of slots it back, and then he says, okay, let's take the other one. But it might be the best plan.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru in the tank here. Knight f1, I mean, to bring the other knight would be quite funny. I'm sure he is still considering c4 as well. I saw someone in the chat ask, what's the best move here for Hikaru? Is c4 the best move? I'm not sure. I think the engine
Yeah.
we're seeing right now is saying knight f1, but I think it's really close. And knight f1, actually, the move that Hikaru goes for.
Yeah. I mean, it reminds me, I had a conversation before with this Italian grandmaster, who's a friend of mine. We played a tournament together, and he was about to get his GM title, and I was a relatively new IM, and we had a conversation about what kind of he thinks separates the top grandmasters from the rest, and he said that for him the biggest thing is that they have incredibly flexible thinking. He said for the rest of us, if we've moved a piece, let's say from here to here, we're never moving it back, or we're
Mm-hmm.
almost never moving it back. But the top guys, they don't care. Like every position is a new position. And if they like, you know what I mean? If they think
Yeah.
that's the best move, they'll play it. And Hikaru, I think, is showing exactly that skill.
Absolutely. And MVL also finding one of the top moves in bishop a3, asking the rook, where are you gonna go? The rook doesn't have too much choice, it's needed to keep an eye on the pawn on c3, so it had to go to c2, and still it's a weird position. I mean, bishop a3, I think, made a lot of sense because forcing rook c2, which cuts off the queen's diagonal, I think the queen would have liked at some point to maybe go to f5.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I think Hikaru, sorry, yeah, I think Hikaru might be able to recycle the queen into, back into the attack via d1. That is maybe the silver lining from Hikaru's perspective.
Yeah, and again, not easy for MVL. What do you do next? King h8 feels almost like a waiting move, but is he vacating the g file for the rook, or what is King h8 about?
It could be relevant in the future. Let's say that white builds the knight, establishes the knight on, and there we go. I think we just saw rook g8. If white establishes the knight on f5, black may have this idea of playing d4, and suddenly you have a double threat. One is to play d3, and the other is if you have the rook here crashing down on
Mhm.
g2. Sorry, let me just put like that, and the queen. There is these d4 ideas, and that's why Hikaru hasn't jumped with the knight to f5 because he's seeing that pressure on g2. So it's a weird one. It feels like MVL's rook g8 is almost designed more as a way to stop knight f5. It's kind of hard to know, is he attacking or is he defending with this move?
Yeah, and I mean, the players are now down to 3 minutes. This is a blitz game. Remember, they only get a 3-second increment per move. And Hikaru has played queen b3, asking the bishop on a3, what are you going to do? Are you going to move, or are you going to maybe make a queen move to defend the bishop? But that looks quite dangerous because I think the bishop would just get trapped. So I think the bishop has to move. But where is it going to go to?
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it probably has to go somewhere like e7, maybe f8. But you're again, I think hitting the nail on the head, which is the problem is, the bishop has to retreat, but it's not easy to figure out where. Um, if you go to f8, you shut off the rook from being able to maybe play on the queen side. But if you go to e7, there might be knight f5 with a direct attack on your bishop. So Hikaru asking a surprisingly difficult, surprisingly tricky question. And I don't know about you, Fiona, but I actually quite like the direction in which the game is going for Hikaru. I think it's easier for him to create threats than and play for the win than MVL.
I agree. I like the trend this game has been going for the last few moves. Like maybe 4 or 5 moves ago, I felt that I would definitely have preferred playing black, but suddenly I don't know how Hikaru did it, but I feel the tables have turned ever so slightly. And now Hikaru is the one with every move asking a question. Rook d1, attacking the pawn on d5. Black cannot push the d pawn, so he has to defend. There's a couple of ways to do that. As far as I can tell, that you can drop the knight back to b6, or you can play rook d8. Um, Knight b6, I think, I was going to say, makes a lot of sense to bring the knight eventually to that outpost you mentioned on c4. And VL goes with rook d8 instead. We see the computer went up, the evaluation went up a little bit after that move. And I wonder now, with 2 minutes, around 2 minutes on the clock, are we going to see a pawn break soon? It feels like we've been maneuvering for so long, but is it time to play e4 here?
Yeah, I think it could very well be time because that pawn on f7 was hanging, but maybe Hikaru made a practical decision. He drops the rook back. I'm sure he saw the move e4, but he might have been thinking, man, to calculate the consequences of that is going to eat up 80% of the time that I have left. They're both under 2 minutes, so it may be that Hikaru is just playing a move like rook d1, keep things solid, and try and calculate in the opponent's time as MVL now goes into the tank.
Yeah, for MVL, again, what do you like? Always the same question. What do you do? Is knight
Yeah.
b6 still on the cards? And maybe not, because rook b1 would be asking some big questions of the b pawn. Maybe that b pawn would be lost. So MVL now offering a trade of queens with queen c4. I think that trade will be declined by Hikaru as he drops his queen back to
Yeah.
b1, and maybe finally that queen will join the king side soon.
Yeah, I think you're calling it here. I mean, White has sort of foregone the possibility of those pawn breaks for now, and Black at this point kind of has control of that square. It seems like if it didn't happen a couple of moves ago, it's not going to happen now. So it might be time for White to bring the queen into the king side. It's hard to bring any other piece into play. Yeah, the only other move is the one at least that I saw is the one that Hikaru chose in the end, rook d2. It's a multi-purpose move. White may want to slide the rook over to b2 to put pressure against this weak pawn, but may also just want to be defending this knight so that instead of bringing the queen to f5, Hikaru, sorry for these arrows, instead of bringing the queen to f5, maybe Hikaru decides the knight is the more effective piece. So hard to say exactly what's going through
And knight
Hikaru's mind.
a4, it's actually a silent draw for potentially, because if Hikaru drops the rook back to d1, we will be back in the same position where MVL played. Is that not true?
Well,
They
it's
played
yeah.
knight
I mean, it's
c5?
it's basically the same thing. But the question is, um, will and that's exactly what we see here. But will Hikaru actually continue going for the draw? Wow, no, he does not. He goes king h1, and he keeps the game alive with a somewhat curious move, king h1. So he's once again, same as in the Wesley match, he's showing that he is determined to play for a win, even if that means taking a bit of risk.
Yeah, king h1, a very mysterious move, and now MVL taking the opportunity to jump into the center with the knight, and we see a trade here. MVL not recapturing on e4, but on e2 instead.
Yeah,
And suddenly, I mean, king h1, the king was defending that pawn on f2. I'm very
yeah.
perplexed by what that was about.
It looks like MVL is going to be able to snap up a pawn here if he wants it on c3, and he does take it. And I really hope that this is not a case of deja vu in terms of what happened in the Wesley game, where Hikaru had that draw towards the end. He also had equality there until a second ago, but now it seems like somehow maybe MVL has gotten the better of that, those complications, that sort of tactical sequence that we just saw. MVL is up a pawn, has grabbed another pawn, so he's now up 2 pawns. But at the same time, if you look at the bar, it's not what you would expect to see is at least -2. We're not seeing that. So White does have the better position, but is it enough for the 2 pawn deficit is
Yeah, I
the
think the
is the
time
question.
situation as well. Both players now under 30 seconds. Uh, there is still a lot of play, a lot of life in this position. Objectively, the position is bad for Hikaru, but I think practically speaking, a lot of chances to create some chances here. Will we see the rook come into c6? Yes, we do. Asking the queen, where are you gonna go? And probably the knight will jump back to f5, where it was a long time ago. But this time, that move will come in with some more effect, as it will ask some questions of the bishop, of the pawn on f6. But MVL, of course, banking on his past b pawn.
Yeah, and maybe MVL missed a chance to push the pawn and just say goodbye to their bishop. Maybe there was something there.
But we see the
but
player's time is ticking down. Hikaru shaking his head. I mean, every move is given a miss now.
yeah,
From both sides, everything is going to come down to the clock. Who can hold their nerve here? We see a trade of rooks.
oof, I don't like that development for Hikaru with very little time on the clock. Without the rooks on the board, MVL's king is feeling a lot safer. But wait a second, that's a huge blunder. That
And
was a huge
suddenly that
blunder
king
from
is going to
MVL.
get kicked around. Queen g7 is going to come in. I think the board is struggling. Oh, the queen does not go
What?
to g7.
I think Hikaru maybe missed some point there, that you could have gone queen g7 and queen takes f6, and that's a big lifeline for MVL. My goodness, what chaos this game is.
Yeah, but
MVL
unfortunately,
seems to
okay,
have,
the knight.
yeah.
Oh,
Whoa.
and bishop.
MVL
Oh,
just blew.
and wow. Oh my goodness. And there
Oh
goes
my
the
god.
bishop.
Oh my god. And did you see Hikaru's face? I'm not sure if he had seen it initially.
Okay, but still,
This
this is not
game
over.
is
There's so many passed pawns. Hikaru shouldn't lose from here, but it's still, I mean, the
anybody's
players,
game.
I
It's
think they are
anybody's
not
game.
used, they don't play over the board blitz so often these days. They play
Yeah.
a lot of online blitz, and you can really feel the tension. I don't think I've ever seen either Hikaru or MVL so
Oh my
stressed.
oh my god,
And
Fiona.
Hikaru suddenly might be
Now Hikaru
winning.
is winning. This is
Oh my
insane.
goodness. This game is crazy, but it's not over yet.
No, will Hikaru push again? I mean, he's pushed his luck and gotten very close to defeat. Will he
He
push again
can
here and
actually take on e3, but it's
take
so
that pawn?
difficult. I think they're gonna make a
Yeah,
draw.
it's so scary, and he does make the draw. He decides he's seen enough. That was
And
a
did you
roller
see
coaster.
MVL's reaction there? Like MVL literally struck out his tongue in a like, oh my goodness way. Like, what the hell was that?
That
Um,
was, yeah.
I mean, that was crazy. I'm not sure who's happy, who's upset. Both players, I think, no, had some winning chances. I think as Team
Yeah.
Hikaru over here, overall will take the draw. The position was dead lost. In the end, yes, there were some chances. We can take a look at that in a second. Let me just quickly see if there is still some games live. I need to
I
refresh.
see
Um,
Carlson and
yeah,
Dusaturov
let's go
maybe.
there. Let's pull it up.
So we've got this. Wait, did it just finish? No, it's
No,
still
no, they're
going.
playing. So Magnus with white playing this knight against bishop. I guess white is the only one who can press here, but MVL, Nordiabeg should be able to hold this one, surely. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Norderbeck is for, they say sometimes the youngsters are not so great with the end games. At least they used to say that. I don't think they say it anymore. And definitely they don't say it for Norderbeck. He's an incredibly strong end game player. So I don't think he's going to struggle to hold here. The one trick that white has is if they could sacrifice their knight for this pawn. Let's say now knight went here, takes, and then you run the pawn up the board. But every time that Magnus will threaten that, Nordubek is going to put his bishop on a square that makes it impossible to sacrifice your knight. And I don't see any other trick that white can play for other than that.
Yeah, and it might be worth here. I'm gonna take a look at when the last time was a pawn was pushed in this game, because I think we might be getting a case of the 50 move rule kicking in soon. Let's
Yeah.
see. And oh, there it is. Draw agreed. So that was the last game of this round of game one. Match two, game one. Wesley So continues winning. He won his game against Denis Lazovic. And Fabiano Caruana went down with the white pieces to Alireza Firouzja. I think we are going to take a short break now before game two. Hikaru now will be black against MVL. Remember, game one was a draw. It was a crazy draw. Maybe later on we'll have time to take a look at some of the crazy moments that we witnessed. But game two will start very shortly, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
See you guys soon.
Hello and welcome back to game 2 of match 2. Hikaru this time with the black pieces. Game 1 was an absolutely insane draw. MVL was winning for large parts of it. In the end, Hikaru got some chances. It ended in a move repetition. This time around, I'm very curious, Alex. The players were visibly nervous towards the end of game 1. And this is the decider. If it ends in a draw, they will go to Armageddon. And if either player wins, he will have won the match. What kind of game do you think we'll see? How much will MVL press for the win with the white pieces?
I think it's actually a really interesting question because MBL has, of course, the advantage with the white pieces, but Hikaru has the edge as the time controls get shorter, right? So if this goes to Armageddon, we're going to see Hikaru as a favorite, although MBL is one of the best blitz players in the world. So only a slight favorite for Hikaru if this game turns out to be a draw in the tiebreak. So I think whichever way you slice it, I think MBL is going to want to try and set himself up in position to win. He has the white pieces. He's going to see himself maybe as a slight underdog if it goes to tiebreak. So everything's pointing to MBL trying to win, but at the same time, without taking too much risk. I think from MBL's perspective, I would expect to see what is his most popular choice, which is E4. And then it becomes tricky for Hikaru. You know, if Hikaru were to try to stay solid with a move like E5, MBL feels very comfortable here. So maybe I wouldn't be surprised if I saw something like E4 from MBL and the Sicilian from Hikaru. It's still solid, but at the same time, it's an aggressive, it can lead to aggressive and sharp position. So it gives Hikaru some chances to play for a win, but without risking as much as he did in his game 2 against Wesley. So what would be your guess, Fiona?
Yeah, I think E4 is very likely to be seen, and then I think we'll see Rui Lopez actually. Maybe a
Rui
Berlin.
Lopez. Okay. Well,
Okay,
the
we see a
Berlin.
handshake, an aborted handshake. I don't
No,
know if you caught it. They were
oh, yeah.
1 millisecond away from shaking hands. Okay, there we go again. They are off. Am I gonna call it? No, a Petrov. I was feeling so smug there.
Yeah, I was
I mean, Hikaru doesn't play the Petrov very often.
no,
And
and this line to take the pawn on E4 is an unusual line. So Hikaru has come in with some prep here. But I think that this line, you play it not really so much to catch, a little bit to catch your opponent off guard, but I think, the Petrov is as solid as it gets. So Hikaru showing his hand early on, I think he would be happy to take the game to the tie breaks.
but this line, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, doesn't have the best reputation. Do you feel it's worth essaying this to take MVL by surprise?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's surprising because yeah, you're right. It doesn't have that reputation. Um, I mean, I haven't, this line when we grew up, I think as chess players, we were told do not take the pawn on e4.
I think I've never seen this line at that level ever in my life.
Yeah, yeah. So
Actually, I'm
that's
gonna,
really
while I let you
fascinating.
talk, I'm gonna take a look actually if I can find some games played in this.
Yeah. So normally the line goes first you play d6, you kick the knight out, and only then you win the pawn on e4. And one of the reasons for this is because now you see that each side has these 3 pawns on the queen and on the king side. But now after d takes e5, white is up a pawn. So usually it's considered that black doesn't get full compensation. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what Hikaru has actually cooked up here, because there's no way he's doing this
You know,
without having run it by a computer.
you know what's interesting? I after knight takes e4 on move 3, I sorted by black rating. Shahmamediyarov has played this twice as black, and he has won both games. Not against any random panzers, against Fabiana Caruana and Sergei Fedorchuk. Sam
Wow.
Sevian has played it a bunch of times, and he has won 3 out of 4 games with it. From what I'm seeing, Black has scored, and then it seems like Pronkratov is a huge specialist of this. He has a lot of games. Out of the top 10 games I'm seeing, Black has scored 9 wins and only 1 win for White and no draws, if I sort it
That's
by Black rating.
insane.
But the White players are not bad, not bad players. So
That is really crazy.
that's insane.
Yeah. But having said that, the way that MVL is playing, I think he probably was taking time to remember his prep.
Yeah.
So I don't think that Hikaru is catching out MVL here, who is bringing it to a position that, you know, looks really difficult to lose, maybe with either color, but certainly with white, because the the pawn structure is nearly identical, and you kind of feel like maybe black's king is the one that's going to be in a bit more trouble than white's over the coming moves. So but in any case, I think the edges are really like the margins are really fine here, and it's looking like maybe we're going to get a quiet game after so many hard fought and at times crazy games. Maybe this is going to whittle out into a draw relatively quickly.
Yeah, I was wondering that as well. MVL has had both players have had a tough day. Both of them lost match one. MVL went all the way to Armageddon. I think also game one of their match, Hikaru and MVL must have taken it out of them. The players didn't get a very long break in between. Um, I'll say it again. I had never seen Hikaru and MVL as stressed and as nervous as we saw them in game one there. So I think for Hikaru, for sure, it would make sense. I'm sure if MVL offered a draw now, Hikaru would uh, accept it instantly. So I think the question is, how much does MVL want to try to press, or is he also happy to just take it to Armageddon and decide things there? I think he will press. I think, as you mentioned, White is the one um, who probably has this light pull and no risk. But yeah, this is incredibly symmetrical, incredibly safe. So I think draw by far the most likely candidate here. The question is, will something happen in this game, or as you mentioned, will it just peter out quickly?
Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. I think the important point from Hikaru's perspective, though, is this is a big success, right? I mean, he has a position that is pretty equal, probably basically dead equal at this point, and so not very risky. And he has that with the black pieces, right? I mean, that's going to put him in a spot where he's likely to go through to the tiebreak as a slight favorite, which is something that I think it's a deal he would have signed for going into this game.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Interesting that the last move, knight c3, has brought the evaluation bar almost back to the perfect middle. Hikaru has to answer one question here, though. His pawn on f7 uh, is currently under attack. So how do you deal with that? Do you move the pawn or do you defend the pawn?
I think one idea that makes a lot of sense when you combine the pressure against the pawn with black's king that needs to step off this square. I mean, right now it's making it impossible for the rooks to connect with each other. So I think a nice idea would be to start with f5, and not only do you defend the pawn, but you also control the e4 square. Now, if you put your pawn here, you cover this square, and then on the next move, you put your pawn here, you cover these squares. And what that does is it kills the activity of this knight. So we see Hikaru has played f5, and now the question is, will he go c6 to just take away all of the mobility of that knight? We might see that, and I think that would be a nice way to sort of guide the game into an equal middle game.
Yeah, I have to say after this last pair of moves, knight c3 and f5, I have a feeling that this one might be the quickest game of the day. After c6, I just struggle to see how MVL is going to make anything happen. But we'll see. I mean, I've been wrong. I've been wrong before. But even right now, as white, okay, let's say you want to press. How do you go on about doing that? Do you play a move like rook d1, rook e1, just centralizing the rooks, or do you try to grab some space with a move like a4? What do you do?
Yeah, I mean, maybe where my mind would go is something like bringing this rook that is on the queen side, just in case at some point you need to slot the king um, back onto the first rank. Then you don't want to be doing this right now, leaving that rook on pre. So I would have thought something like rook e1, but MVL has gone in a different direction. He plays bishop d5. It's not about winning this pawn. He knows that Hikaru is going to defend it, and he probably even knows c6 is coming. The idea from MVL is he believes that his bishop on f3 is better placed than on this diagonal. Now, maybe part of the reason for him thinking this is that in the future, he wants to set up the possibility of advancing this pawn,
Oh,
but it doesn't seem too ambitious. And is that a
and we
draw?
see a handshake. Yeah. Knight
Wow.
f6,
Okay.
it looks like was accompanied by a draw offer. And I think we're now going to have time. No, look at this. This is very interesting. Do you understand what's happening on screen?
They're being told to do the Armageddon, right? The take a guess, is it, or what's going
The
on?
bidding, they are thinking about their bids.
Yeah.
Yeah. I find the psychology of this is really interesting. And Vial, of course, has made a bid before today. So just to remind everyone, in his Armageddon game against Fabiano, MVL bid 10 minutes 32. I don't know if Hikaru will be aware of that. And there they get their little notepads to write down their bids. MVL has already written down a time. Hikaru is still pondering. There he goes. The head bob. Head bobbing while making his bid.
NBL in theory should have an edge in these kind of games versus most grandmasters because he's maybe I mean NBL personally, so maybe you know more about this than I
Let's
do, but
see.
I've heard
One
that.
second. Sorry, Alex. Oh my God, did they bid the same? I think they bid the same because they are laughing. They're both laughing and they have to bid again. They actually bid the same. That is insane.
That is crazy to the second, right? I mean, they
I
probably
get
had a
it has to
random
be.
number. That is so crazy.
So let's
There you
see.
go again.
Okay, unfortunately, they are leaving. They're leaving the scene. I'm so curious to find out what they both bid the first time around. That was so insane. I mean, what
So
are the
crazy.
odds that they would bid the same exact
Yeah.
time?
Yeah, I
Okay,
mean,
anyway, I think what we can do, I'm sure one of our lovely mods will soon let us know. I think the Armageddon isn't going to start until all the other games are over anyway. So um let me see what is the most exciting. Maybe maybe Fabiano, who's in a must-win situation against Alireza. Shall we go
yeah.
there?
Yeah, sure. Shall we
Yeah,
take it
maybe we
from
can. I mean, it's only move 12, so I think we can quickly go back from the start.
sure. So we see kind of a D4, D6 setup from Fabiano. Again, the kind of setup that you do a little bit like what we said, the modern or the Dutch, one of these openings where they're not entirely sound, but you're looking to shake things up and give yourself winning chances. But it looks like Fabiano, it looks like he went wrong really early, and it's a crazy advantage here. Crazy advantage here for white already, who just dominates the center. And
Sorry,
then
Alex.
wins
We
the bishop.
just got the information that on the first try, both bid 10 minutes and 1 second. I was quickly thinking, I said, what are the odds of that? Aren't the odds like 1 in 900? Because 15 minutes times 6.
Well, I guess that there's only a kind of a certain range. I'm sure that there isn't any completely crazy bid for 2 minutes or something, right? Because you don't want to
No,
be
but the
winning.
all, yeah, yeah,
So like there's
way
certain numbers
lower.
you can take out. Um, but
Is
yeah,
my
I
math?
mean,
Okay, anyway, the odds are very low.
yeah. Um, but yeah, what
And
I
we're
was saying
still
is
waiting. Sorry, yeah, continue. Go ahead.
no. Just on the bidding and stuff. What I was saying earlier is just MBL. I think what my understanding is he had a big passion for maths outside of chess, right?
He studied
So
maths in university.
yeah, so he might be the guy to ask about what the odds are.
Yeah,
I'm
sure.
sure he'll have worked it out.
Absolutely. I was still awaiting confirmation. We'll let you know very soon what the bids were the second time around. From what we saw on camera, it looked to me like Hikaru got the lower bid, so he's going to play with less time and picking the colors. I suspect black. But that was just my impression from what we saw on camera. We'll see if that is confirmed. Meanwhile, our auto feedback is giving Alireza a question mark for castling. Why is that?
Yeah, I'm not so sure about specifically this last move, but he has gone wrong over the last few moves because Alireza had such a beautiful position. He had an intact center, and he could have rolled his pawns up the board in a few ways. But the way he's done it now gives black this option of bishop f4. So maybe the reason castle is not good is maybe white needed to stop that bishop f4 idea by playing a move like queen f3. The reason why bishop f4 would be good is, let's say that white were to, sorry, I keep drawing the blue. Let's say white exchanged the bishops. Now black would plant that knight on f4, and that's a weakness in white's position, because with this pawn all the way here and the e pawn no longer on the board, there's no pawn, no white pawn that can cover that square. So Fabiano can basically hunt for that square. And when you combine that with the H file, it starts to look quite good for Fabiano. He has the position, exactly the kind of position that he'll be very happy with.
Yeah, I mean, I can't believe how much this one has turned around so quickly. It looks like Alireza was just crushing out of the opening. He still has a little edge, but this is much more what Fabiano is looking for. Remember, he is in a must-win situation. Has there been an interview today? There hasn't been much time. Hikaru has been playing pretty much non-stop for the last 4 hours. He still has one Armageddon game coming up, and we'll find out afterwards whether he is going to join us today or not. It is his birthday after all, so I would understand if he was more in a mood to go out and celebrate than to join us, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll keep you guys posted after the
Would you
Armageddon
not
game.
would you not say, Fiona, that joining us is a type of celebration? Is there nothing to that logic?
Uh, there is something to be said. I'm sure Hikaru will consider it as well. That yeah, joining us might be the best type of birthday celebration. For now, Fabiano has castled kingside. And this is gonna get very interesting. Is Alireza just, I was gonna say push his pawns? I mean, yeah, this pawn is hanging. I didn't, okay, yeah, the pawn cannot be captured because knight f6 would be a discovery. Um, so nice little tactical shot. It's not easy for Fabiano still, though. How do you create something here?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Alireza lost that pawn on e4, which was giving him a good center, but then he kind of made up for it by bringing his pawn to c4. So he has more space. And the problem with having less space, if you're Fabiano, is it's kind of hard to find squares, in particular for his knights. You see this knight is struggling to find the square. So is this one. And that's why Alireza is going for this setup. He's really fighting Black's knights. He's covering the weak square with his bishop and his queen to prevent the knight from jumping in. And then he's making sure that these pawns keep the other knight at bay. It's the kind of position which is going to be a bit slow and maneuvering for the next few moves, but it can sort of come to life very soon. There might be a case where Fabiano is maybe got his eye on pushing the pawn to a4 for a rook lift to a5, and maybe it's getting too late and I'm starting to lose the plot here. But I'm seeing this possibility: rook a5, putting the rook on f5, and then jumping that knight into the f4 square. It feels slow, but what else can you do if you're Fabiano?
Yeah, you have to do something. One good news for Fabi is that he's actually up 4 minutes on the clock. Alireza spending quite a bit of time here.
Yeah.
And he offers a trade of knights, which makes sense, right?
Yeah, I think it's because the threat of jumping to f4 was kind of tying down White's queen. White's queen, I think Alireza doesn't want to have the queen defending just one weak square for the whole game. The queen is worth too much to be doing that. So Alireza is saying, let's get these knights off the board, and I don't have to worry about that square. And even if you keep the knight and you take me with the bishop, then by bringing my pawn to g3, now I've got that square covered, like this, as we see on the board. So Fabiano does give up the knight, or does exchange the knight, and keeps on pushing on the queen side. What do you make of this development, Fiona?
Yeah, I think it's a good development for Alireza. I think this pawn getting to g3, as you mentioned, now having more control over the position. Also, the opening up of the f-file. He has the bishop here. I think the only downside to Alireza's situation is the fact that he's down on the clock. But remember, he won game one, so he doesn't even need to win this. All he has to do is not lose it. So I really fancy Alireza's chances to win this match. There is another. I was looking, if you so noticed me looking away at my other monitor, I was wondering whether we should stick around here or go to Nordic against Magnus Carlsen. We haven't seen any of Magnus yet, so maybe let's go to Magnus. If something dramatic happened in the Alireza game, I will keep you posted. Game one ended in a draw here. Right now, this looks very much in the balance. So potentially this game might be headed for Armageddon, but never write off Magnus Carlsen. Alex, what do you make of the position we're seeing right here?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with your assessment. I think Magnus is, of course, he's the world's best player for a reason, and he's excellent in any type of position. But these ones, I think we've both seen, or everyone really who's been watching Magnus's games has seen his ability to get a win out of these kind of positions that look on the surface, they look completely equal, is really crazy to witness. I agree with you. I mean, anybody else other than Magnus, and I would say this is almost certainly going to be a draw. But because it's Magnus, maybe we might see something like, let's say, an exchange of these pawns. Then he might take this one. And then you might get a situation where basically these two pawns have been swapped off for these two. And Magnus suddenly has an outside pass pawn. He might be able to squeeze the young Uzbeki grandmaster Nordibek Abdusaturov with that pass pawn. I think Black is doing just fractionally better practical chances. What do you think? Would you rather,
Yeah, I agree
forgetting
with.
that it's Magnus? No, I was going to ask, forgetting that it's Magnus, would you rather take a white or black here?
I would rather take Black for starters because Black has 3 extra minutes. So that is a nice little caution. But I also agree. I think Black is the only one who can press with what is likely to soon become an outside passed pawn. So I think Nordibek is going to, we saw him actually. I said that we hadn't seen any of Magnus, but of course we saw earlier the very end of that draw against Nordibek. I think it's going to be a draw, but I think Magnus is still going to put on a lot of pressure here. And I'm very curious to see the Armageddon if we get to one in this match. I believe I read in the updated regulations that the Armageddon games are gonna get staggered so that they don't start at the same time, which would be good news for us so we can catch more of the action. Meanwhile, we saw that trade of pawns. It is Magnus to move now. He can take on c5 immediately, but that pawn is under attack twice, so he's not in a rush. But I'm also not sure if you don't take immediately, what's a useful move to make instead?
I think what Magnus may be considering is that if you take this pawn, maybe Nordibek will try to, force a drawn endgame with the move e6, because then you cannot take back with the pawn because of this knight here falling. The pawn is defending the knight. So let's say bishop takes, pawn pushes, rook takes, and queen takes. And the outcome of all of this exchange is that the queen winds up being here. And that's going to give white a chance to win the pawn at the end of the line. So it's possible that Magnus is looking at these tactics and may want to first stop the e6 idea. He could consider stopping that with a move like knight f4, which is a useful move because the knight isn't really doing so much and it could get closer to the center of the board. It would even create some tactical ideas like knight takes h3 because of this pressure here. So you can imagine a move like knight f4 is a little annoying for Nordibek to meet. For example, you could no longer move your rook because of knight e2 fork. So I think Magnus might show us, a kind of a little bit of a finesse there. I suspect that's why he's gone into the tank.
Yeah, the fact that he has gone into the tank, I was gonna say, show that he senses that there might be a little something here, but right now we've gone down the line you mentioned, and I think we are going to see a handshake here any moment. The speed at which the moves are coming in now, I think, indicates that the draw is not too far away, and there we go, bishop f8 was accompanied by a draw offer. So, Abdusattorov against Magnus Carlsen will be going to Armageddon as well. Let's go back now to Alireza against Fabiano. The only other game that's still running is Denis Lazovic against Wesley So, but Wesley won game one and he's also doing better in game two. So I think we'll stick around here where time is ticking down.
Yeah. And just to make one more comment on Magnus's game, I think one thing that might have influenced his decision to just force the draw is that Magnus, I think he rightly considers himself a big favorite in the tiebreak against maybe anyone except Hikaru, in terms of kind of the results.
I would disagree with you. I think Magnus considers himself a favorite against everyone.
For
Magnus,
sure a favorite, but I mean,
yeah, where it gets
I'm not.
close, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like with Hikaru,
Uh,
he wouldn't see himself maybe as a big favorite, but there's no
mhm.
way Magnus isn't seeing himself as a favorite against everyone, absolutely everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. Magnus used to have an insane, I don't know how the record is holding up now, but I remember a few years back, he had an insane playoff record. Almost every tournament that had a playoff where he was involved, he won them,
Yeah.
pretty much all of them. Maybe in the last while it hasn't been so intense. Maybe there has also been less playoffs. But yeah, he's just, I mean, not considered the GOAT by many I mean, he is considered the GOAT by many for a reason. Anyway, this game has changed a little bit. Do you feel that Fabiano's chances have improved?
Yeah. I mean, I would say yes and no. The position has gotten a little bit less complicated. So in that respect, Fabiano's chances to win kind of go down as the position gets simpler. But on the bright side, it's gone from being a much worse position for Fabiano to maybe even a slight edge here because yeah, white has this center, but white's king feels less safe than black's. You know, black's has a bunker of pawns here, while white's king, you can feel there are more squares that need to be protected. And on top of this, white always has to watch out for the pressure against d4. So definitely some chances here for Fabiano.
Absolutely, and I think Fabiano, like a shark, he is going to smell blood. Also, if you look at the clock times, he has managed to keep his edge. On the clock, he's up 2.5 minutes, still 4 minutes for Alireza. Time is ticking down dangerously. Only a minute and a half. I actually have a feeling that Fabiano is going to equalize, and this one will also go to Armageddon. What is your prediction?
Yeah, I mean, like already, I think that there's serious danger here for Firouzja. For example, there's a tactic in the air where at the right moment, if black plays f4, pawn takes, and then you go rook takes e3, queen takes. In the end, there's queen g4 check, picking up the rook. And so this idea that's in the air, it's kind of a little bit of a hidden tactic. And, you know, the computer says this move is not good, and it could have something to do with this f4 idea. For example, let's say take, and at that moment you play f4, then it's yeah, it's very scary. Fabiano actually goes for it straight away. The computer says it was better to first throw in c takes d5, but I'll be honest, I don't really know why first capturing on d5 was a big improvement, and so Fabiano just sees the idea but plays it immediately.
Whoa. I mean, how did I first suddenly get a double question mark out of nowhere? And still Fabiano was then said to be better. I think the engine is not to be trusted at all times.
Yeah,
Now it says 0, 0, 0s, but Alireza is under a minute. I think he's under a lot of pressure here, even though Queen f5, as we can see again, gets a question mark. Fabiano is just activating all his pieces, and the position might be fine, but I think Alireza has entered that zone where for the position to be fine, he needs to be incredibly accurate. And it's not so easy being accurate with 30 seconds on the clock. Rook d3, I think, makes a lot of sense to stop the queen from coming in, maybe to c2. And now Fabiano needs a good move here. He takes on d5.
yeah, I agree with you. I mean, these situations, it's all about usually it's all about, you know, whose side has the safer king, because the queen and the rooks, they can, on a board where all the pawns have, most of the pawns have advanced, they can really just funnel into the position so quickly, and they can kind of tear apart an unsafe king. But there is a bit of a joker in the mix here, and that is that this pawn here is a very strong pawn. And so if Alireza holds everything together over the coming moves, he can start to push this pawn, and that's going to tie down black's rook. Even if he doesn't force a win, if he ties down black's rook, it's going to take the sting out of attacking chances. So I'm kind of starting to see it as, you know, a good turn of events for Alireza.
Yeah, I would agree. I think if Alireza can only hold his nerve with the time ticking down, he's now down to only 14 seconds. I think he's survived the worst here. I think now is really the moment where Fabiano has to maybe even take a gamble, even if there is a move where he knows it's not the best move, but a move that will create some threats. I unfortunately for Fabi, I don't think he's in time to do something like rook c8, rook c1, and
Yeah.
try to come in. And yeah, Alireza just keeping everything safe now. Offering a trade of queens, we see a check. Of course, Fabiano does not want to trade, but I think, yeah, suddenly the king on g3 does,
Yeah.
although it still looks like it's out in the open, the queen from d1 is always going to be able to join. the fray to protect the king. And Alireza, unless he loses his queen, should have the draw in the bag here.
Yeah, the queen is just so well placed because one of the plans that Fabiano might be thinking of is give a check, drop the king back, and then try to infiltrate with this rook. But the queen just covers that g4 check. So there are no checks. So if you go check and the king drops back and you try to bring in the rook, the problem is because you don't have the check, which would lead to mate, white has that extra move. And all white has to do is just push the pawn. And on the next move, they're going to promote to a queen with a check. So I think it's that combination of really well-placed pieces from Alireza and this powerful pawn that is kind of closing the door on Fabiano's chances to make a comeback.
Yeah, and we see by the fact that Fabiano has gone into the tank that he's not finding anything. He is looking for a way to create some last threats, some last chances. Of course, he has a perpetual if he wants it. He doesn't want it, but I think he is looking for something that isn't there, and he might just have to take the draw. I don't know. It's hard to say because if you push your luck, I didn't realize until earlier in the stream when it was mentioned in the chat that these games count for the FIDE rapid rating, which is why I think we saw some draws in the second game. For example, Hikaru against Wesley. Hikaru offered the draw because he knew he was lost, but he knew Hikaru Wesley would accept to save a bit of rating. So yeah, let's see if Fabiano cares about that. If he's going to take so much risk that he might even lose, we'll find out. Both players now 5 seconds for Alireza, 30 for Fabiano. Alireza is still looking to trade those queens. The problem for Fabi now is that he's attacking with only one piece.
Yeah.
And the rook has been tied down to stopping the D pawn.
Yeah.
So there is really, I think, nothing left here to play for.
The problem also, I mean, is that even if somehow, let's say that you got something like you swapped this rook for this rook and the pawn, even that position is probably a draw or very close to it. So it's really a big problem. And here we actually see that Alireza had a nice little tactical idea. When his queen was here, he could have played h5 with the idea of playing rook h2 and maybe winning the game. But Alireza is one of the sharpest tacticians in the world, but his radar is not on that. He's not interested to try and find the win. He's just finding the safest path to a draw.
Yeah, he still has to be careful, of course, with seconds on the clock. He's just moving around. Fabiano's still trying. Oh my.
Whoa. Oh my God. He just blundered. Rook takes d7. I can't believe that. That is insane. I can't believe that that happened.
Do you think we jinxed Alireza when we called this game over? You called him the sharpest tactician in the world? One of the sharpest? Oof, this one's gonna hurt.
Yeah, my goodness. That's
More
crazy.
action for us in the Armageddon.
Wow. That's unbelievable.
It's really crazy. I mean, I'm not even sure I'm seeing the mate yet, but I guess the
Well,
white king.
he'll win
He'll
now.
win
The
the
king
queen now.
is gonna go check. Okay, no, maybe he's just going for. Can he even exchange? That seems way too risky. No, the pawns are too fat. This would be, I mean, what if it's a double jinx and Fabiano doesn't convert this? What do you think? What are you giving us the odds that Fabi fails to convert?
I think everything is possible at that point. I wish we had the cameras. The players must be so stressed right now. Alireza must be kicking himself.
Yeah.
And Fabiano must also be kicking himself that he hasn't found a way
And
to cleanly wrap it up yet.
he actually missed a beautiful, beautiful way maybe we can show it
We can show it
after.
after, yeah.
But he missed a very beautiful way to force the win.
I mean, he's
Uh,
not making progress right now, is he?
no, and rook
Oh
d2.
my, rook d2,
Rook
miss.
d2 was a good chance. This is insane. I mean, and now he's back to winning.
But
It just
only
goes to
with one
show.
move. Only rook c7 wins. No,
Wow, wow.
queen takes
Alireza has
a4.
Alireza has gotten back into the game. If you take the pawn on b2, there's a draw. There's a
An
draw with
immediate
check and
draw,
check.
yeah.
The
Oh
king is
my
stuck.
God.
Alireza has swindled him back and or nearly, and
I
now
mean, this queen endgame is gonna go on forever.
yeah,
Forever and ever.
unless
What?
maybe a perpetual will show up on the board. I don't think it's going to go on forever and ever with 2 seconds, 2 seconds for white.
I'm gonna
Uh,
predict this game is gonna go on for another 5 minutes.
Fabi's got this one. I think once he takes that pawn on b2, come on, he
No,
surely he
I
has
mean,
this
how
one.
has he got this one?
He's got it. He's got it. No, no, you're you're right, Fiona. I mean, this is
This is so stressful to watch. I
maybe
mean,
he
the
starts just pushing.
Fabi is up 2 pawns, but Alireza's pawn is a little bit easier to push because black only has the queen to stop it, while the white king is
Yeah,
helping stop the black pawns. Maybe white will
yeah.
win. Who knows?
Wait though, check.
Oh, he blundered the pawn.
He just he
But
gets
then
hit
he
with his
takes
check
on
now.
f7.
Luckily for him, he takes on f7, but I think that he's going to lose this because
Yeah,
you might
no.
get some, queen e2, and then force the queens off the board. You force the queens off the board because here, check. Basically, you can force the queens off the board, and that's a winning king and pawn endgame. And Fabi doesn't hesitate. He knows that this is a winning endgame.
That
And it's
was
game over.
insane. What we just saw
Wow.
was absolute insanity. Fabiano strikes back. I mean, he was busted out of the opening. He got some small chances, but then Alireza did everything right until he blundered that, what was it, this check. And they are going to Armageddon. What a crazy first day of this tournament. And it's far from over. We are going to
Yeah.
see 3 Armageddon games. Of course, Hikaru against MVL. We're going to see Alireza against Fabiano. And we are going to see Magnus against Abdusattorov. So plenty more action to look forward to. We are going to go on a quick break to find out when the action starts. I expect it will be around 10 minutes from now, something like that, but we'll find out. Don't go anywhere. When we return from the break, we'll follow Hikaru's Armageddon against MVL. So we'll see you then.
In a bit.
Hello and welcome back to the final part of today's show. We are awaiting the Armageddon game, not only between Hikaru and MVL, although that's of course the one that we're going to focus on fully, but there's also two other very exciting Armageddons coming up. Magnus Carlsen against Nurdirbek Abdusattorov and Alireza Firouzja against Fabi Caruana. I think the Armageddon games, from what I read, will start staggered. Is that how you say it, Alex? I don't know. Speaking English is hard, but it looks like MVL and Hikaru are at the board. Hikaru is sitting down with the black pieces, which seems to indicate he outbid MVL, although we are still waiting for official confirmation of what the bidding times were. We're also still waiting for the game to actually pop up. So very soon now we should find out. But what's happening? Hikaru is playing with black. So what we know is he will have less time on the clock, but a draw will win him the match. So that is the situation. And let us know in the chat, what are your predictions? Alex, what is your prediction?
Yeah, I mean, I think Hikaru, I mean, before I said that I think he's the favorite, and now, yeah, I think that with the black pieces, he's going to be quite happy. He has that margin to make a draw. Of course, again, I think when you talk about these situations, maybe, Hikaru is 55-45 or, 60-40 favorite at most. So the margins are always really fine. Anything could happen. But unlike in his match against Wesley, I think overall, Hikaru goes into this tiebreak having put MVL under more pressure than MVL put him under. So I think the edge between the fact that he can afford to draw and that overall, I think he got the better chances. Maybe people will disagree with that, but I think overall, Hikaru is going to be pretty comfortable going into this tiebreak.
And we get the confirmation. Thank you, Chad. Thank you, Nova Stars and Deborah. So after first bidding the same exact time, the first time around, they both bid 10 minutes and 1 second. The second time around, MVL upped his bid by 1 second, bidding 10 minutes 02. And Hikaru went down a bit to 9:39. So Hikaru starting this game with 9 minutes 39 seconds against 15 minutes for MVL. There is no increment until move 61 when a 1 second increment kicks in. Alex, I don't think I've ever, now that I think of it, I don't think I've ever seen over the board blitz with only 1 second increment. Like, I think it's almost even impossible to, like, usually the minimum is always 2 over the board. Online, it's easier to make a move with 1 second, but over the board, surviving on 1 second increment is pretty damn tough.
Yeah. Also, by the way, I'm just a little bit confused because here when I click this up, it shows Hikaru with the white pieces, but that's not the case.
Yeah, I think they will fix this, probably.
Okay.
I guess. Also, we get information about the biddings in the other games. Wow, Alireza and Fabi they bid 1 second apart. Alireza, a reminder of the story you told of Magnus versus Hikaru a while back. Alireza bid 9:59 and Fabi 9:58. Meanwhile, Magnus bid 10:28 and Nordibek 9:30. So Alireza, Fabi will be black against Alireza and Nordibek will be black against Magnus. So that is the situation. We see Hikaru has left the board again. I think now they popped up the other game, right? Or no? Yeah, maybe the game there at the top. Right, yeah. Okay.
Perfect, yeah.
Yeah. So it looks to me, I don't know if we have gotten confirmation that the games will not start at the same time, but if they stagger the games, it looks to me like MVL against Hikaru is gonna start first, which is great news for us because that is the game, of course, that we're all waiting for. Oh no, Magnus has already started. Okay, so let's just see. And okay, MVL against Hikaru off, and Hikaru repeats the same opening, which is very interesting. I mean, now MVL had a little bit of time to actually check this line. I don't know if the players have access to their phones or to their laptops, but a brave choice by Hikaru to repeat the same opening.
Yeah, and he takes a little bit of a different direction here with this F5 move. So I guess Hikaru has just studied the opening in a lot of depth, and he's confident that he can, maybe trick MVL a second time. The first time he tricked him in the sense that he was able to make a very easy draw with the black pieces. And this time around, again, a draw is enough. So why not repeat your choice if you got such a great position the first time?
Absolutely. And I think it's a what is great for Hikaru is that clearly he has out prepared MVL here once again. I think he's done that in every single game of their match, admittedly a short match. The computer thinks this is fine for white, but we can see that the path to an advantage for white is quite a narrow one. For now, as you're highlighting, there is a big threat on the board of taking on c2 with a fork against the king and the queen. And there is no obvious way of defending the pawn on c2.
No, exactly. I mean, I think the two paths are either king d1, you defend with the king, or you give this check, and maybe if black blocks it, you step the bishop back and you cover it this way. You don't really want to block with the bishop here because A, that would block in your pawn, and B, also maybe black picks up that bishop and then you have the bishop pair, which is usually a nice advantage. So I guess this is what MVL is wondering. And when you're in Hikaru's shoes, where you have the advantage of a draw, but the disadvantage that you start with, 6 minutes less on the clock or 5.5 minutes, you're kind of liking to see what we're seeing here, which is
Sorry,
MVL.
Alex. I'm just gonna get
Yeah.
across 1 second because I think the board is stuck. So I don't know if we can switch to the full board, full cam just to keep up, because I think a couple of moves have been made.
Ah, okay, okay. I didn't realize.
So let's just see. I'm still not seeing the board on the camera. As soon as we get a view of the board, we can make the moves manually on on the board. So oof, that's gonna be. I think MVL played King D1.
Yeah, it looks like his king is on
Something aggressive
D1.
is on the board. Hikaru has played H6 and G5. That's what I can see. So let's say H6
Yeah.
here, Bishop B5.
H6, bishop b5 has been given, yeah?
I think the knight went back to C6. No, I think there's a knight on C6.
Oh, really? Okay. I'm kind of struggling,
No?
to be honest, to
To
to make
reconstruct.
out
Or maybe
this.
the bishop went to C4. No.
Is
Struggling to
there,
make sense of this.
yeah.
I think we missed too many moves. But is the bishop on B5 or is it on C4? Let's just refresh the page to
Okay.
see.
No,
Okay,
we're
no.
still stuck on the broadcast. Sorry about this, everyone. Um, yeah, it's
I mean, the game is pretty crazy with Hikaru having expanded on the king side and MVL having just struck with H4. I do
yeah, the
think
problem.
that the white king is on D1, and I do think the white bishop is on B5, and the black knight is on
Yeah, let me
C6.
see.
Let's just make moves and try and see if we can. Can you make king D1,
Okay, king d1.
H6, bishop B5? I think it's not the right move order, but let's just try and get
Okay.
knight C6.
Mm-hmm.
And now what? Queen D. No.
Maybe this pawn
D.
looks to be on d3,
Yeah, D3,
but then
G5.
everything gets a bit blurry for me.
Yeah, G5. Let's just make the move and
G5.
see.
And then this pawn seems to be here.
Yeah, and
And then what
Hikaru's
else is going on?
bishop seems to be on e6, I think. But we're
Hmm.
missing one white
Yeah, you're
pawn.
right. The bishop goes on e6 for sure. And then
Okay,
bishop
MVL
is
takes. Are we back?
wait,
Did something
what
happen?
happened? No.
Reload maybe at the bottom.
Yeah, now it just they took away our analysis.
Oh, but we're in the wrong game now. Let's change games. I don't know. We're suddenly in the Eraser game.
Okay. No, now
Okay.
it's
Oh,
no
they
longer
just
even
threw.
there.
Our apology, guys, but this is not, it's not our fault. Um, yeah,
Yeah.
we've just lost the game altogether. So we're just gonna look at what's happening on the board.
Listen,
It's
I
really
mean,
hard.
listen, guys, if if watching the game from a 40-degree angle in 300 pixel quality where you can only see 80% of the board is a bad visual experience, then then I don't know what's a good one. So
So,
we can guess roughly, where the pieces and the pawns are. So
um, okay. Oh, we are getting moves. Okay, let's go back to the moves. Okay, this makes
okay,
a lot more
let's
sense.
go ahead and flip the board.
Yeah, and go to the moves tab.
All right.
Okay, we're back.
So we are back, and it's the good news is we didn't really, I mean, the game is still hanging in the balance. It seems like MVL has a slight pull here. Um but yeah, it's very messy. I think it's equal from a point of view, like it can go in any direction. Um you know, the
I'm
computer is
surprised
suggesting, sorry, yeah.
that the game went into such sharp waters. And clearly this is something Hikaru invited with his opening choice. And sorry, Queen F3 is a move that you had just talked about.
Yeah, but by playing first Queen F3, now maybe black has this option of playing pawn takes bishop and making sure that the queens stay on the board. And that's what Hikaru does, because by keeping the queens on the board, I mean, there's lots of possibilities to hurt White's king. White's king cannot castle. It's not on E1 any longer. So it's going to be awkward for White to figure this out. And I think that's why Hikaru wanted to keep the queens on the board. And don't forget, F4 could set up some bishop G4 tricks. So
Yeah.
not an easy position to play for White, I feel. Which color would you rather be here?
I think that's too difficult a question. I mean, it's so
Neither, yeah.
messy. Yeah. By the way,
Yeah.
I just want to give a shout out to Alex, to your favorite person in the chat, to TrueFiCC, who was actually the only one. He had constructed all the moves when we were all guessing. So shout out to you. Good to see you here.
Hello, Truth.
I
And that's super impressive if the Truth was able to figure out the position.
Yeah, and this one, okay, it's getting so messy now. MVL opening up the queen side with b4.
Yeah. But what if Hikaru goes Queen D4 here and says,
Hmm.
now I will trade queens, but I'll do it on my own terms. If you take me, I can take back with the pawn. And suddenly Hikaru no longer has these double pawns. He has the bishop pair. That could be an interesting direction to take the game in. But it does, I don't know, it does seem hard to do, right? If you're Hikaru and you see your queen and your rook are stacked against the king,
Yeah.
you know, maybe you don't really want those queens to come off the board. Then
On the
again,
other hand, your king
draw.
is a little bit airy.
Yeah, sorry, no, yeah, 100%. And also, the only thing to add is that Hikaru is okay with a draw.
Absolutely. Hikaru is looking, he's showing some emotions right now. I think the players feel the tension. This is quite an important match for both of them. They both lost match one. Remember, if you finish in the top two in the round robin, you go straight to the semis. But what you have to avoid is at all cost is the bottom two spots. Of course, none of these players want to start with 2 losses today, and Hikaru decides on c4. You talked about the rook on d8 and the queen being stacked against looking down at the king on d1. So Hikaru is ready to give up that pawn on a7 to go all out and try and chase down the white king.
Yeah, I really like how Hikaru is playing this. I actually, I don't want to jinx him, but I think it's so hard for white to play this position because, if you give one move to black and they snap off this pawn at the right moment, that's a huge pawn because then black has two, what we call like connected passed pawns. You can just run them up the board and you're winning pretty much every possible endgame. And on top of that, there is this threat of capturing on d3, and that's going to open up the c file and open up the d file. And next thing you know, not only the bishop and the knight, but more importantly, white's king is in a lot of trouble. And I'm not sure, if you're MBL, what do you do against all of that? It seems like one idea could be rook h7. And the clever point is, if I take this pawn, now I go check and I check you and I also hit this bishop. Now, if that happened without the rook on h7, so if the rook was not here and you give me this check, I can just put my king on d7. So I can just do that and defend the bishop. So something like that. But if MBL finds that move when the center is collapsing, then like it's very impressive from MVL if he's able to find this. So
Yeah,
what
it's
I'm
not
saying
an
is
easy
that
move to spot.
yeah, exactly. What I'm saying is it's harder to play the position as white than as black. So I think Hikaru has to be very happy here.
I've been super impressed by the last 2 moves, the c4 followed by queen c6. And look at the times, they are evening up. The players started 5.5 minutes apart. Now it's only a 2-minute deficit. And what is b5? MVL is saying, be my guest, take on g2.
Yeah,
Hikaru
but
is
it's
frowning. He's surprised by b5, clearly. And I think he's going to go follow MVL's invitation and grab on g2.
yeah. Do you have much of a choice? I mean, Hikaru is down a pawn. So if you play something like queen b7, maybe you're just walking into, you're playing into white's hands. So it's not only is it the best move, but what else could Hikaru do?
Yeah, I think Hikaru wanted to just take on g2 instantly, but of course it's easier for us to say, looking at the engine over the board, you
Yeah.
have to make sure there's no that queen a6 and king d7, that you're not getting into trouble in that line.
Well, I don't
So
think that you go to
mhm.
d7. I think after takes, if check, you go b8. Because now if they take here, the
The
rook is
rook is
hanging.
hanging.
Because I think if you go to d7, sorry, if you do go to d7, then rook h7 check, and you start to get into some trouble with the queen and the rook circling around the king. Okay, so we see this is the idea from MVL to go rook h7. Now he is threatening queen a6, but now it's black's turn. He can maybe even go back and now offer a queen exchange now that he's won that pawn on g2. I really
Yeah,
like Hikaru's position.
yeah, and he does exactly that, going queen b7, offering that trade. And Vial is happy to trade, but on his terms. He says, if the queens come off, I want to get that passer only 2 squares away from queening on a6. I mean,
Yeah,
this position, once again, it's just madness. Now Hikaru has these 2 passed pawns you were talking about, but the king is looking a little airy. He does decide to take on a6 and plays bishop c5, stopping the a-pawn in its tracks.
yeah. How it's crazy how wild the position has just gotten all of a sudden. And I think we have to give credit to MVL here for shaking things up in what looked like something really tricky, right? Now at least MVL has suddenly out of nowhere, he's got this super advanced pawn. He's got pressure against the king. Now he's driving the knight in. Maybe he'll move the bishop in. So he's generating some chances, but still, with these two passed pawns, if you can get them rolling, I think Hikaru will be he can turn this position from what right now is around equal into a winning position in all it would take is one slight mistake from MVL because of the power of these two pawns.
But the position right now, I'm a little bit worried that Hikaru is thinking, because I can see from the engine that there is only one move, and thankfully that is the move that Hikaru just played, bishop d5. Every other move was losing. I'm shocked that the computer gives white quite a substantial edge here. I mean, the position is so tricky. I would be terrified as white. It feels to me like the A pawn is under control for now, and that the black pawns are going to run. Where is the evil bar? Asks Assad. It's at the top today, the kind of health bar. So over the players' heads. And Alex, we've had some developments. What do we make of this?
If it's really, really, really hard to say here. I mean, it seems like there is even this possibility of white playing c4 followed by bishop takes c4 and e6, but these lines, they become so computer-like that even two of the world's best players in MVL and Nakamura, I'm sure they're not really thinking about those paths. So MVL, instead, he makes the more practical choice. And you have to say there is one thing that's majorly in MVL's favor, and that is he is up a pawn, and he's made more progress with his pass pawn than Black has, than Hikaru has managed to do in the last few moves. So still chances, but unfortunately it seems to be going MVL's way in the last few moves.
The last few moves have gone MVL's way, but still, I think it's a very narrow path here. Again, we are helped by the engine, so we can tell you guys that instead of king e2, e6 was really powerful, but to spot that was not easy. And now the pawns start moving, and this game is again everyone's game. E6 again is strong, but if MVL didn't find it on the previous move, I think it's a lot more difficult to play it now when you can't even bring the rook from A1 behind the pawn to E1. I feel still quite confident in Hikaru's chances to to get this one, not necessarily to win, but either win or draw.
I agree.
feel it's easier to play for black with the two connected pawns rolling up the board together.
Yeah, and look at this is some nice progress here. From Hikaru's perspective, there's one thing that isn't ideal, and that's that white is kind of blocking along the dark squares. So it's going to be hard to push this pawn further and really do damage. But just getting the pawn to the 7th rank here is a thorn in Maxim's side, because that basically ties down this rook. And if you have one entire piece out of the game, it's going to be really hard for Maxim to find a way to win here.
Absolutely. I think Hikaru is now going for the pawn on e5, or is he just...
Maybe he's even looking for something like this as one. No, he can't do that because there's some checkmating
issues.
I'm not sure what his idea was with the last move.
Okay, Hikaru now, and
this was his trick.
I think he set this up.
He set it up, I think so, so that he can get the H file.
I think rook e7.
That's so clever.
An unbelievable move. I think it was kind of a trap, actually.
I actually think you're right. I think he was goading MVL into going rook f6 so that he can get the H file and now go here. But the question is, which pawn gets there first? Because if black had gone rook h1, MVL's idea was to push and give a check, and that's why black has stepped the rook to e8. Hikaru has put the rook on e8 just to make sure this pawn doesn't go any further.
And so the threat look at now the clock times, 3.5 minutes, but Hikaru only 1 minute 40. They are on move 37, so 23 moves to go until increment kicks in.
But this is great news for Hikaru, which is that if black now goes rook h1, white has nothing better than to sacrifice the rook. So Hikaru, I think, is about to go up in exchange. Now, oh wow, I think this is an incredibly clever idea. We may have missed something though. He may have missed. Wait, king g4, rook takes. Oh no. Oh no.
Oh, no.
I think Hikaru what he wanted was to exchange here, king takes, rook check, and maybe get a draw on rook and pawn endgame. But it's not a draw on rook
This
and pawn
is
endgame.
heartbreaking. Hikaru played this game so well. I don't know. And we see the frustration there on the cam. This is really painful. Yeah, I think we'll have to show that moment again in a second. But it looks like MVL found a way to just keep the extra piece, and yeah, there's just the rook goes back to e1, and unfortunately that's gonna be game. This is really sad. I mean, Hikaru really played such a great game, and we really see the disappointment on his face there. He is still fighting, but he knows, of course, that this one is gone. Yeah, that was really hard. A really hard watch.
Yeah. And that
I have
was,
to say, I mean, having watched a lot of Hikaru games over the last few years, I don't think, I think I've very seldomly seen Hikaru be so visibly disappointed. I mean, he really
yeah,
played this game was so brilliantly played for so many points, and just when he was closing in on getting a position where he would be the one with the edge, yeah, it all went
yeah.
wrong.
I mean, to be like, it's basically the chess equivalent of, those things when you see like they're running a 100-meter hurdle or a 200-meter race or something, and right at the last second, just before the finish line, they just trip over. It can happen, and it happens to chess players all the time. But this one really stings because the difference between that draw and the loss is huge going into tomorrow.
Yeah, and I see that the board wasn't updating for a while. I think it's back now, but we can, even if we didn't see the board, I think seeing the camera was enough to understand that there was no change in the position. And
Yeah,
that is a really tough start for Hikaru to these finals. Um, I don't know. I think let's see if one game is still going on. I think otherwise we'll have to go back. So elsewhere, Alireza Firouzja actually won with the black pieces, and Magnus Carlsen only drew with white, so losing his match to Nordjebek.
are you sure?
And
Because it says a win for me, but
oh, I was looking at the wrong games. Yeah, you're okay. And actually, Alireza only drew with white. Sorry, I was looking at game one rather than game three. So actually, I got everything wrong. Fabiano won his match against Alireza. Magnus won his match against Nordjebek, and unfortunately, Hikaru lost his match
yeah.
against MVL. Maybe we can go back in Hikaru's game to just show that moment um, where it all went wrong, because it happened quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, Hikaru is, I mean, of course, all of these grandmasters are, but I think Hikaru is particularly lethal at like guiding these games into the result he wants, right? So I think we were both assuming that this is going to be taken, he's going to lock down the draw. And I think that with the move rook h1, things are looking really, really good here, with only black being able to win. Because, for example, the computer says the pawn is so strong, there's no way to defend this rook. The threat is just to capture. You cannot capture because I'll turn the pawn into a queen. So what the computer suggests is that white has to give up the rook. And now there is apparently rook f8 is a bit stronger than to capture the rook immediately. But even if Hikaru captures the rook here and now gives this check, the king is defending the pawn. And the problem for white is that after the king moves here, the only square from which it can defend the pawn, there is this move rook e1 check. So the king now steps away. And it may be the case that what Hikaru actually saw, and I think this is possibly why Hikaru didn't go for this whole line. And it's because although it seems at first glance, okay, you just win this pawn, this is what I thought was happening, you just win the pawn and it's a draw. It turns out that if you take the pawn, white has a winning move, a beautiful idea, a7 check, and after king b7, a8 queen. And this is crazy because if you take with the rook, I take this rook and I win. And if you take with the king, I actually take here and I win the rook and with it the game. So maybe Hikaru in the time scramble, he saw, oh, wait, there's some hidden tricks. But he may have stopped here, seen just this move and seen a7 and stopped. That's well possible. We don't know unless Hikaru shares his thoughts on the game. But if he gives this check here, rook d8, check, king moves, and now takes this pawn, then this is a draw because white has 3 pawns and a knight, but black does have that rook versus the knight. So white is up 2 pawns, but black's rook is more than enough to fight those extra 2 pawns. And this would have been, I think, would have changed the outcome of the game. So some crazy lines, but here, maybe it was all of that complications that made Hikaru play bishop takes e6. And perhaps what he was thinking was this check and get a position such as this one here. Take everything, and get this endgame. You're down a pawn as black, but it's actually a draw because you will win this pawn on the next move more than likely, and then it's a draw. But in trying to get that draw on the board, there's one move, king g4, which Maxime found and which is unfortunately good enough for the win. Why is that? Because after I take here, it's not about taking this rook. What did Hikaru overlook? It's this move, a7 check. And when I go king b7, it's a8 queen, king takes, and knight takes c7. So they say that in chess, there isn't any luck, but sometimes there are those kind of tactical sequences that they can't be calculated by the players in time. And sometimes they work out a little bit better for one side than the other. And in that regard, the complications just worked out for MBL, and the timing was good because of the fact that both players were down to seconds. So really unfortunate and as close of a game as you can have.
Yeah, very unfortunate start. On the bright side now, there are still 5 matches to go, so plenty of time for a comeback. Tomorrow is actually going to be a very important day for Hikaru because he will be facing Alireza and Magnus. I think on one hand, after a tough start, you might say it's not ideal to play 2 of the top guys in the tournament, but I also think it's a great opportunity to strike back. I'm excited. I think Hikaru will be very eager to bounce back right away. He will start by playing Alireza first. We're not sure about an interview. No, okay, so we won't be having Hikaru today. I think it makes sense. It is his birthday. It was a tough day. I'm sure we'll have Hikaru on one of the next days. We're going to be here for at least 4 days, hopefully a lot longer than that. So I'm just gonna recap the action of of today. So we had we had 8 matches today, and the standings look as follows. Now I can't see the standings, but Magnus won both his matches. Alireza won 1 match and lost 1 match. Fabi won both matches. Wesley won both matches. And unfortunately, Hikaru and Denis Lazovic lost both matches. Up to Satyrov won 1. And no, actually, up to Satyrov also lost both matches. So that is gonna be it from our side today. I know it's not the first day we wanted, but a bad day can happen to everyone. We still have 3 days of jazz coming up. Tomorrow is a big one. As I said, Hikaru will be playing Alireza and Magnus, so we hope to see you all then. Keep sending in that energy. Thank you so much for being with us today, and we'll see you tomorrow. Until then, have a good one and take care.
Thanks, everyone.